It's time for some Path of Exile discussion. Today is going to be part 2 of the Transfigured gems streams. This is going to be my first reactions to all of the new gems that come out. A couple of quick corrections though, just in case you missed it yesterday. I did not notice that Blade Trap of Greatswords has a cooldown, and so it becomes a cooldown trap akin to Seismic Trap. That's probably the most important of the corrections from yesterday's stream. I will put a link down in the description below after this stream entirely finishes to yesterday's stream if you want those thoughts from the first 39 of those. However, today we've got another 42 Transfigured gems. These have only been released in the last 20 minutes, so these are going to be my very first responses to all of them. I'll try and have a look at the comments in chat as well as we're going, but I may fall a bit behind because yesterday it got kind of crazy with the number of people that were in this stream. Anyways, let's go through, starting with Earthquake of Amplification. Earthquake of Amplification is looking like it's doing reasonably low base damage, and I definitely need to bring up the POE wiki stats on Earthquake General so that I can just confirm that I'm right there in terms of what the old damage of the skill is like. So, oh no, it is actually 150% there, so it's 75% base time and 150% base damage. So there is no change there in what's going on. I'm going to have a quick look here at the rest of the things that are going different. So Aftershock deals 15% more damage with hits per 0.1 seconds duration, 6% more damage with ailments per 0.1 seconds duration, 2% more AoE per 0.1 seconds of duration. So the key idea here is that this is something that rewards you if you're willing to have a long time between the first hit and the second hit. This is screaming, try me with Ignite. I just want to check what the details are with the base version of the gem here. So it's just a flat 150% more damage with hits and ailments on the second shot. So really you need a duration of at least 2.5 seconds, which means requiring the use of increased duration or just general duration stacking, which if you want to try and use this with ailments. If you want to try and use it with hits, you only need more than 1 second. This is a very different playstyle for Earthquake. This does not fit on existing Earthquake builds. So there's a whole lot of things there that are worth your while thinking about. I am not sold on the numbers on this gem. I think that there's interesting ideas here. I'm just not convinced that the numbers are high enough to use it. I'm sure someone will prove me wrong on this. There will be a use case for it, but it's not jumping out to me as a must play. And it's not jumping out to me as something where the numbers are screaming, I am better than the base gem if you're willing to build around me. Instead, this is, I'm asking a lot of you and I'm paying off moderately and only moderately. Now, the exception would be if you were going to be igniting and you were going to be refreshing your ignites using any of the various tech that allows you to do that. So you're going to fish for one massive ignite. That would be the main use case that I could see for this. So you'll drop one Earthquake, you'll wait for the Aftershock to go off, you'll drop another Earthquake, wait for another Aftershock. Maybe you can get a single massive Ignite, and then you can use some of the top of the tree Curse Cluster that refreshes your ailments on an enemy every time that you recurse it. Could use that tech in conjunction either with manually casting curses, but probably with Arcanist Brand automating them. That's something that you could conceivably do there. So there are uses for this, but it's not something that jumps out to me as a, oh my god, I have to play this. Now, while we are doing this, I do want to quickly make some notes on these as well, because I do intend to continue with doing a summary video on these. So, Earthquake of Amp, low numbers. That's all I can really say. It's asking a lot of you, and the payoff whilst present is not amazing. Just addressing one of the questions, what's up with Blade Vortex that's not being here? Groningen Games have mentioned that they're not finished with every single gem yet. So there'll be a few gems that they still want to think a bit more on. And I think in a lot of cases it's probably just working out final numbers on them. Is it right to go 130% base damage, or should they play it safe and go 120? Things like that is probably the reason that Blade Vortex is taking a while to come up. Defiled Forces is the name of that node I was thinking of. Thank you, Antine, in chat. Definitely something that's useful. Okay, Ethereal Knives of the Massacre. Let's get the numbers of EK base version first, because this is going to be one that is very much sought after here because it does something very simple. Okay, so 220% base damage, 6% base crit, and 600 millisecond cast time, 1300 proj speed. And we're looking at 9 to 12 additional projectiles in a fan versus 19 projectiles in a circle, 220% effectiveness of added damage, but that cast time is now 750 milliseconds. So that is going to be the key difference. In the current version of the game, so 3.22, the way that you get Ethereal Knives as fired in a Nova is through the use of a helmet enchant. The helmet enchant is going legacy, so you won't be able to get that anymore. This is actually a buff to starting EK, especially if you wanted to go EK Ignite using Abyss Jewels. So there is the unique helmet, unique Abyss Helmet Light Poacher that has a lot of synergies with Ethereal Knives. It grants you a whole bunch of physical damage added as additional element. And so that's something that has a fair bit of synergy with this. But in the past, you needed to get the right enchant on the right helmet. And so that could be a bit dubious. Even though lab runners all carried a 2-socket Light Poacher with them, it was only lab runners doing that. Most people did not have a 2-socket one, and so those enchants often went to waste. Now, people are talking about Zenith here. So I'm assuming that that is Black Sun Zenith. I definitely want to have a quick look at that, if that's the potential synergy here. So Black Sun Zenith is the gloves that drop from the Shrek boss. Not Black Sun Crest. No, that's not it. What is the name of it? Is it? I'll just try Zenith. I can't think of the name of this this item. It's just Black Zenith. Okay. So this one, socket projectile skills deal 150% more damage with hits, and they fire in a circle with 4 additional projectiles, and they have a 4-second additional cooltime. Yeah, I could see this hitting really hard. This is like a 7-link set of gloves, but it's on a cooldown. So there's a number of things that you can do there. There's and people are when people are talking about Zenith, they're talking about Molten Strike of Zenith anyway. So I got crosswires with chat there, but that's all right. Ethereal Knives of the Massacre. This is definitely getting used. Just be aware of that cast time being worse. So EK Massacre is worse cast time. It is meaningfully worse in base stats than the base gem. Explosive Concoction of Destruction. Now, Explosive Concoction was popular for exactly 1 league, and then really fell off. And honestly, it wasn't all that great in 3.15 either. It's just that it was something new. I want to quickly bring up the base stats of the gem, because I can never remember them. Explosive Concoction. It is 115% attack speed, 7 to 9 mana, and 0 modification to damage, versus attack damage 100%. Yeah, so that's all looking the same. Did I say 9 mana? Yeah, 9 mana. So all base stats look the same. Now, we are throwing a bottle throwing a bottle that explodes to deal unarmed attack damage in an area, can consume charges from your flasks to add further damage, requires an empty main hand and no offhand weapon. Now, we're getting 800 to 1200 added fire, which is a decrease in what you've got from basic Explosive Concoction at gem level 20. We have 8% critical strike chance, so that's considerably higher. Base radius 1.8, 15% reduced flask charges used. We don't have any of those stats currently, although that might be the new quality, the 15% reduced charges. Now, consumes 1 charge per projectile fired from each flask. That is the same as the current version. And that's a very good point. This requires no offhand weapon as well. Thank you, chat, for picking that up. What have we got here? We've got 98% crit multi if charges were consumed from a ruby flask. Then we have 469 and 719 is the maximum for cold lightning, which is down from what we've got here. I think they're playing extremely safe with the numbers on this one. I'm not sold. You're losing your oh no, you're not losing your offhand weapon. You can still use an offhand shield. So that's not the worst thing in the world. But you are paying a pretty high price here for less. Is it less overall damage, or what was the fire damage like? Yeah. I just feel like this isn't there. Yeah, you've got the crit multi instead of the... you've got the crit multi instead of having the ignite damage, but I'm just really not sold the damage numbers are here. I think the damage numbers are probably too low to justify using this. So I'm just going to leave a note here that expensive concoction of crit, bad. That's my first thoughts on that. That the numbers are just not high enough on this for me to justify using it. There's too much messing around with it. There is the potential for more scalability here, like through critical strikes, but I just think you're paying so much in your base damage, even though you've got some better stats there. I am not sold. I feel like this is a skill where the ignite version is better than the crit version, and the ignite friendly version of explosive concoction has better numbers. As people were saying, it is now a 3 flask gem instead of a 2 flask gem, but you're getting only 2/3 as much base damage, or maybe a bit more than 2/3, like 75% the base damage. It's 75, 80. What are we looking? Yeah, just under 80%, 79% base damage. Explosive Trap of Shrapnel. Can I say I love Explosive Trap in the current state of the game? I think there's a lot going for it. So let's just get those hard numbers on Explosive Trap. This is one of those skills that is incredibly strong right now. So 437 to 655 damage, and this is looking like it is, that's higher. 50% of fizz converted to fire, 9 smaller explosions, and 30% more and less. Let's have a quick look at what the difference is. So effectiveness of added damage is 120% instead of just the baseline 100 on Explosive Trap Traditional. And we have traps last 4 seconds, 50% conversion, 1.8 and 3.6 meters on those explosion radii. And that's actually not present on there. I might just bring up the modified gems. The modified gems, I think, will have the information we're looking for as to what this is going to look like. Explosive Trap. Explosive Trap. So 1.8 explosive, 1.8 secondary, 1.3 smaller explosion versus 1.8, 3.6, 1.9. Causes 9 smaller explosions. And okay, so it causes 9 smaller explosions is there, and smaller explosions have 30 to 30% radius change. I'm just looking for what the... Okay, call me a fool here. I'm just looking to see what is going on this one here. So the smaller explosion means the secondary. Yes, base secondary explosion radius is really large. But the base secondary explosion... I actually don't see any way that this is not just strictly better. I don't think it's strictly better. GGG don't usually do that with alternate qualities, in this case transfigured qualities. But I'm not seeing it. What's the cast time is... cast time 1 second. What else do we have? Cost 20. And let's have a look, see at the cost is 20 seconds. Cast time is 1 second, so that's the trigger time after it goes off. Oh, Ryan Hall brings up a comment in chat that this is probably the second radius. The secondary radius is how scattered it is. So Explosive Trap of Shrapnel is less tightly packed in than baseline Explosive Trap. That is going to be it. Thank you for the clarification there. That took a while. So Explosive Trap has more AoE overlap. Baseline Explosive Trap of Shrapnel spreads love around to more enemies, but at the expense of doing less damage in single target. So this is more damage projection at the expense of much less tightly applied damage. So that is definitely one of the most complex ones to parse that we've seen in a while. Of Shrapnel, this is spread out, more projection, less damage. This could still be quite good, but where I think you might go with this is going to be a gem swap. So Explosive Trap of Shrapnel is what you map with. Explosive Trap Classic is what you do when you're going for a heavy boss. That is my first thought there. So thank you, chat, for picking that up, because that wasn't particularly clear to me at the time. There's going to be a bunch of those. There's a lot of things where there's just a little change, particularly like yesterday with me not picking up on that change on Blade Trap of Greatswords at all. That's something where there was a hidden difference that is there. It is written in the gem, but it's just that you're trying to compare things to each other and they're different, and it's very easy to miss things like that. So, Explosive Trap of Magnitude. This, however, is very different. This is just creating one explosion, and the explosion is staying physical. This is cool. I really like this. Okay, so this is going to be very hard hitting. It's going to be less total damage than Explosive Trap is, but it's going to apply that instantly, and it's going to apply that in a larger area. In a lot of ways, I like to think of Explosive Trap Classic version, and also for that matter, Explosive Trap of the Shrapnel, as being akin to playing Expedition without the Expedition nuke. Explosive Trap of Magnitude is when you just want to go a little bit faster and get almost all the power. Additionally, because it's not converting you into fire, this opens up potentially being even better with Cold Iron Point very early on. So this is something you could do with Cold Iron Point. You could even poison with this. So this is going to be really, really interesting. People also saying in chat, yes, you could go full cold conversion with this. Now, cold conversion is a bit weaker than it used to be, thanks to Heat Shiver being removed entirely, pretty much. Maybe not removed entirely. It might still be best in slot here. But if you did have maximum cold conversion on this, then yeah, you could convert this into cold and then do that. For those of you that aren't sure how you get 100% cold conversion, there are three main sources of it. There is a cold mastery, 40% physical damage taken as 40% of physical damage converted to cold. There is a Watcher's Eye mod that only works when you have hatred on you, but you probably want hatred if you are using Explosive Trap of Magnitude and converting to cold, and that is 30 to 40% depending on the Divine Orb roll. And then on top of that, there is gloves. Eldritch Gloves are the highest amount you can possibly get. There are two different things you can get simultaneously. I believe it's a Searing Exarch mod, but it might be an Eater of Worlds mods. If I'm wrong, and it is Eater of Worlds, someone in chat will definitely say so. That will then provide you at perfect tier, it is 35%, exquisite 30, exceptional 25, grand 20, 15% for greater and 10% for lesser, I think. Might be off by 5% on those numbers. And then there are, so that's the implicit mod, and then your explicit mods, you can get 35% as a veiled mod, you can get 25% as a bench crafted mod, as long as you've got the relevant unveil. The best way to get all of these to come together generally, and this does vary, is to eschew the option of an implicit mod, and to instead go with the explicit mod, and that explicit mod can also be from an incursion mod as well, and then to use the Watcher's Eye and to use the Mastery. But depending on your character's setup, you might prefer to eschew the Mastery, free up those passive points, and then to use the implicit as well, but that means you're giving up on other implicits. So there's a whole bunch of things that you can do. And as Alessandro was saying in chat, yes, there is a ring from Delve mods. Those rings from Delve mods are only 10%, so you can get 2 of them, and that's going to be 20%. But I think in many cases they're a bit dubious. Like, they can be a bit more expensive. There's a number of other things you can do as well, like Harim Sorrow is the gloves that Bruno's mentioning in chat. Harim Sorrow is, from memory, either a tier 4 or tier 5 rarity unique. It is definitely not rare, and because it's not rare, you can get them on day 1, you can get those gloves, and on day 3 you can get them with whatever specific Val Orb implicit you want, as long as you're willing to throw a Divine at them. You can pick them up with any specific Val Orb implicit, and that's going to be something that's also worth your while keeping an eye out for. There's a whole bunch of other things that you can do there as well. I can't remember if there's a timeless dual mod for conversion to cold. And I know there is one for fire, but I'm not sure about conversion here. There is also Sunburst, is the item that people are mentioning in chat, and I do think that this is one that we need to discuss. Sunblast, sorry, not Sunburst. This is a very powerful belt. Now, this is tier 2 rarity. Be aware, this is not something you can count on getting day 1 unless you're willing to throw more than a Mirror Shard at it, because it can be very much in hot demand on day 1. But skills which throw traps throw up to 2 additional traps. Now that will throw 2 additional traps unless you're unable to get unless you're capped out at 2 additional traps. So it's basically like having a free support gem on your. It's like having a free support gem on your trap skills. However, it then transforms the way that trap works. Traps are no longer triggered by enemies. Instead, they time out, and their trap duration is reduced. Now, by default, your trap duration, I believe, is 4 seconds. This then reduces them to 1 to 2 seconds. As paradoxical as it might seem, you actually want negative 75 duration on Sunblast. Sunblast will then cause your explosive traps to explode only 1 second after you throw them, and that can be an incredibly good way to just burst down bosses. So there's a whole bunch of things that you can do there that are really good. Ultimately, explosive trap is looking like it's getting some very good new tools here, and explosive trap of magnitude is going to be one of my picks of this batch. So I'm just going to put a quick note to myself to that effect for when we do the daily summary. This could be S tier. It does have lower damage, but better. But generally, the damage on explosive trap is fine. You don't mind losing a little bit of it. Better options for scaling, and particularly just the ability to convert or cold iron point. And I should just make sure before I say that, yes, it is indeed a physical gem. That's important. Needed to confirm that there. So, explosive trap of magnitude. This is one of my picks so far for the gems. Like I mentioned 5 in yesterday's video. One of them was a bit of a weasel to call 4 gems that were all very closely related the same gem. But I picked out 5 of my favorites yesterday. This will be in my favorites today. Eye of Winter of Finality. Okay, that is one of those awkward names. Fires a single eye projectile which cannot damage enemies. When it dissipates or collides with terrain, it releases a fast spiral of shards. These will deal cold damage to enemies they impact. 70% base damage. Modifiers to number of projectiles only apply to the final spiral. 14 shard projectiles in a spiral when the projectile ends. Projectiles continuously gain damage up to 100% more damage at maximum range. Now let's just quickly bring up Eye of Winter. So we are looking at 10, fires 10 shards. This is 55% effectiveness of added damage. But this also is going to have a number of other things. So it's 200% more damage by the time they dissipate. 10 projectiles only. So your key difference here is that Eye of Winter of Finality is saying that it's going to do more damage to enemies that are close to the center of the explosion when it goes off, but it's going to do less damage to monsters that are at far range. Eye of Winter is dealing 165% base damage with the projectile hits that it deals at its maximum range, whereas this new version of Eye of Winter of Finality is going to be dealing 140%, down from 165. But if it's up close, then it's going to be dealing 70% instead of 55. So you can think of this as being kind of like toning down the effectiveness of Fast Shot. If you think how Fast Shot works in Path of Exile, it's like extra damage when something's hit at the end of your bow range. If you just reduce the number tuning on that so that it's still the same at some point in the middle, but that it's better at various points and worse at others. The other thing with Eye of Winter of Finality, it gets 4 additional projectiles, which is a nice little bonus as well. So there's a whole bunch of things there. Someone's saying something about a life cost, are they? And that's not on this. Simon's mentioning it's something entirely different there. So that's looks like it's the Forbidden Rite Forbidden Rite setup, which is going to be something we'll come to. We're just going to go through these alphabetically, or at least in the order Grinding New Games present them, which I think is alphabetical, and then when we get up to that one, we'll cover that. So this is Eye of Winter of Finality, and Eye of Winter of Finality is going to be longer, so it's less scaling with distance. Okay, so now let's get back to Eye of Winter of Finality. I've just lost vision on my... Oh, there we are, that's better. Okay, I had lost vision of chat for a second then. Here we are with Eye of Winter of Transience. And this is going to be only 15% more damage by the time they dissipate. What's the difference here? So this is going to... The eye itself cannot damage enemies. Was that the same in the other ones? That is new text. Actually, all the text is different. As a single eye projectile which cannot damage enemies. Which releases sharp projectiles in a spiral before ending. Aha! That is the key other difference as well. Okay, Eye of Winter of Finality also does not fire off projectiles while it's moving. Eye of Winter of Transience, this is firing off damage as it's moving as well. So there's a lot of little differences here. I think the best way of playing around with these is actually going to be to experiment with them, because these are similar enough in tags that you could just own all of these Eye of Winter gems and just swap them around and see how they all feel. But here we have a base damage of 100%. We're only getting plus 15%. This does not... this fires 12 sharp projectiles in a spiral while firing, rather than when the projectile ends. And so then it's got 50% more projectile speed. So this is another variance on the same concept. I really like these. These feel like alternate qualities. These don't feel like totally new skills, but they feel like phantasmal qualities used to, which is generally something that was quite a bit different. So that's the key difference there. There's a bunch of weird stuff that's going on there. This is definitely a different set of skills, but there's some powerful things happening. So let's just put a quick note. Eye of Winter of Transience. This is going to be a different projectile behaviour. Proj behaviour. So yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch of these things that on first glance, it takes a while to work out what the difference is. Okay, now we get to the fun stuff. Firestorm. So Firestorm. Here we have the original damage on this gem. So Firestorm Classic Edition. Cast time 750 milliseconds. Effectiveness of added damage is 80%. Firestorm of Meteors. Also 750 milliseconds. Actually, they're all 750 milliseconds. That's easy. Crit chance is 6% on each. Effectiveness of added damage. This thing hits as hard as a fireball to the face. So this is going to be very, 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 very dangerous here. Now, this is going to drop your meteor from the air, I believe. Yeah, it is from the air. So this is essentially fireball with different targeting. Instead of you having to shoot out a projectile at an enemy, wait for that projectile to collide, this is instead going to be dropped on them from above. It's only a 2.5 meter radius. Now, while it's bigger than fireball, this is something that can physics miss an enemy if that enemy has any sort of appreciable movement speed, because Firestorm has quite the delay. And I think one of the key things that's going to live or die on this skill is how bad that delay ends up being in practice. This skill does a lot of base damage. It's something you could ignite with as a result. It's also something that you could use as a hit skill. So I think there's both of those are options. The final burst of Firestorm was dealing 325% more damage. That's 340% of base damage. So your base damage of 80% plus 260% from 325% more. So it's only doing a little bit more damage than the first impact of Firestorm, and so that's worth keeping in mind. That was hits and ailments as well. I feel like this new version is a little bit more accurate. So you're essentially sacrificing some damage on Firestorm of Meteors to get your damage faster and to get it more and to get it to spread out over a slightly larger area. We'll have to have a quick look at all of those all those details, but this is just very different. This is very much a Meteor skill. Like, this is, in any IP that is not Dungeons and Dragons, this is what a Meteor Storm looks like. It's just basically you cast a Meteor spell, you reach up into the air, and then a meteor drops down either on your enemy's head or on the spot that your enemy has just vacated out of. And now people are talking about the option of using this with Awaken Spell Cascade in chat. I do think that there's some potential there, but there is a little bit of a drawback too, and that is that Awaken Spell Cascade is a gem. You are using an entire support gem then for damage projection. So one of the things that you're always looking for is gems whose damage projection stands on their own, and I don't think this is one of them yet. It is the case, as Cornix is saying in chat, that there's no cap on the total number of meteors that you can get, and so this is the cast on critical strike version. Essentially, anytime you want to trigger a Firestorm, this is the one you want to trigger, because it's not going to continue pelting down over a long period of time. Now, speaking of Firestorms, speaking of Firestorms that pelt down over time, that is what Firestorm of Pelting was. So, let's just quickly get a note down here on Firestorm of Meteors. One big Firestorm. So, now we'll have a quick look at the Firestorm of Pelting. This is going to be the version that you cast if you want to just stack as many hits on an enemy as you can. I don't think Firestorm of Pelting is going to be something you necessarily use in order to apply damage, or maybe you do. Maybe you can just... This is a poison skill, actually. Here I was thinking this is something, a delivery mechanism akin to the way that Stormburst has been used to deliver small poisons on Herald of Agony builds. I was thinking this might be a use case for it. But the more I think about this, the more this is like, this is just getting a lot of medium-sized hits on an enemy, and that is good with poison. That is really, really where you want to be with poison a lot of the time. Of course, you've got to then make your fire damage poison, which is non-trivial. There are solutions for that. There's, I think it's called Volko's Guidance, the gloves that are the budget option. And then there's also a whole bunch of other things you can do on a higher budget than that. So you can get up to 10 Firestorms active simultaneously. I do feel like this could live or die based upon how much of the area is covered. So you've got a base radius of 1.2 meters, and then this is going to fire down one impact every 150 milliseconds. So you're going to get 14 projectiles here, one at 0 milliseconds, one at 100, one at 150, 300, so forth up to 1950. Maybe I'm misreading that. Maybe there's not one at 0 and then you only get 13. But each time you cast this, you're getting a lot of damage on this, actually. You are getting a massive, massive amount of damage every time you cast this. So this is old Firestorm, yes. Those of you who played in the olden days of Path of Exile will remember this. Firestorm of Pelting, if a lot of these projectiles hit, this is a lot of damage. Very, very, very big amount of damage here. Consuming Dark is a very good point. Abe is asking in chat, there is an all your damage can poison tincture. It's very important to note, this is one of those PSAs that didn't really get a lot of traction when I posted it on the channel. Those tinctures only apply to your weapon damage. Tinctures are a property of your weapon. It's like it's not really a flask applying to your character. It is a flask that applies to your weapon. For that reason, the tincture that provides all of your damage gains maximum capacity gains the capacity to poison as though it was physical or chaos, but not any chance to poison. That tincture does not actually do anything for spells at all. Yeah, so the other 122, as well as Volko's Guidance, you can use the Consuming Dark is the other item. And yes, Siddharth is correct with the technicality there that it is not just weapon attack damage, that includes proxies that attack with your weapon. So it includes a blade trap. It includes a totem that attacks with your weapon, a mine that attacks with your weapon, all that sort of stuff. On Fireball gems, there are gems that are missing, and it is going to be the case that Grinding Gear Games will keep releasing those over time. Just means they're not done. And so I think they're just going to go through batch 2 today. They'll get a whole bunch of them out, and then there'll be a finale thing that'll have a few more of them. So Firestorm of Pelting is definitely, like, the maximum damage on this is huge. This is one of those things that's just doing so much damage that it's worth trying if the damage is applied tightly enough. So I'm just going to put here lives or dies based on how tightly damage is applied. If it ends up that you are hitting lots of the screen with your 1/3 of a fireball each hits, then this is going to be disappointing. But if these do hit the same target reliably, then it's going to be good. Additionally, this could be a monumentally powerful skill for specific bosses like Kitava. It's not going to be worth doing, but Kitava is just being so massive on the screen. Firestorm of Pelting is going to shred him. Absolutely, absolutely shred him. Okay, next up we have Flamedash of Return. I think that for most players this is not going to be useful. That said, I want to check the numbers on it. So it's 270% effectiveness of added damage for the hit component, and then it is applying that hit, and I assume it's going to apply the hit once only. So the reason I'm saying that is that you are exiting a location, then you're returning there. If it's applying the hit twice, then this is going to do a very large amount of hit damage that might actually be usable. This does not appear to have a cooldown on it, and so there's some interesting things going on here, but it's kind of wanting you to scale a bunch of weird things. If anyone makes this work, it's going to be by igniting with it and using it in conjunction with that chess piece, Bronn's Lithe. I want to check something firstly. What are the stats, the comparable stats on Frostblink? So Frostblink is 180% effectiveness of added damage. This is already used to ignite, but Flamedash of Return is going to be meaningfully worse. This could also be used in conjunction with totems, as Jessica's saying in chat there. That is definitely going to do some good work as well. So on Firestorm of Pelting totems, though, I think you'll hit the 10 cap, the Firestorm 10 cap very quickly. Flamedash of Return could be used in sort of the way that people play Righteous Fire totems at the moment, except they're going to have a bit more capacity to project damage around the screen. So that could be interesting. I might just put a note to that effect, that's something to investigate. So this is Flamedash of Return. This is very much not a gem that most people use, but I'm just going to put a note, totems, damage is there for ignite with Bronn's Lithe. I should actually just make sure it does have the travel tag, doesn't a movement tag? Yes, it does. I have to check that because it's kind of not really a skill that is moving. Can't be used with totems. Let me just clarify that. Cannot be triggered. Good point. Thank you for that. Thank you, chat, for pointing out the mistakes that I'm making. This is better than yesterday, where I didn't realize that I had a mistake with one of them. So damage is there for use with Bronn's Lithe. Cannot be totemed. So it's just an outright ban on using that in conjunction with totems, which is a good thing to know, because that's something that is kind of useful to know that there's a problem there. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking if there's any uses for this as a movement skill. I don't think there is, but I'm just curious if anyone can see a use case for this. I don't think this does enough damage. The burning ground from this doesn't do enough damage to warrant really scaling. The burning damage is a bonus. If you're playing Righteous Fire, the burning damage is actually a meaningful bonus, but it's only going to be a fraction of your Righteous Fire damage. So it's not like it's anything amazing. One thing I am curious now about, though, now that we're talking about Flame Dash and burning damage and the like, I want to check out something about the high spaces that are getting buffed this league. There's the ones that have the generally only a meme level 30 fire damage. Level 30 flame dash on when you cast it. That is actually a lot of damage. What's the name of that? It's Flashfire Blade, I think. that casts something that could be doing a lot of damage. I think that you can apply the... Infernal Blade, there we are. I think you can stick gems in this for supports. That's actually not clarified on the Path of Exile wiki. I suspect, and I really want to test this, Infernal Blades might actually work in conjunction with support gems in them to scale up that damage, because that damage is high. The damage on Flame Dash of Return is not, but that one is. Alright, let's have a quick look at Flame Surge of Combusting next. So, strikes enemies in front of you with a Surge of Flame. If this ignites an enemy, a large area of burning ground will be created under them. Your damage modifiers don't apply to this burning ground. So, we have 280% damage on a fairly long cast time here, plus 9 to area, plus 25% chance to ignite enemies. And this does 35% of fire damage per second of the inflicted ignite. Okay, this is a totally different skill gem to normal Flame Surge. Flame Surge normally inflicts big hits on enemies that are already ignited, but the main reason people use it is that it allows you to essentially copy the biggest ignite on that enemy, and then put down what I think is a 26% version of that ignite as a small patch of burning ground under them. So it copies the biggest ignite already on the enemy. Flame Surge of Combusting instead is focusing entirely upon the ignites it itself deals. So a completely different thing. Oh, Infernal Blade has a different implicit now. Oh, that's, okay, that's something I'd missed in the patch notes. Let me just check that out, actually. That's something that I had really, not seen. So let's just have a quick look here. This is the Infernal Blade. So, no, I'm assuming this is in addition. I'm assuming this 40% cooldown recovery is in addition to the existing implicit. I don't think this is a replacement. I think this is an increase. So, where were we with this? Let's get back to our Flame Surge of Combusting discussion. This is a totally different skill. This is if you want to be igniting with Flame Surge. This is generally going to be quite a bit worse for the people that are using it currently. I'm just trying to think if this is a compelling gem to use for itself. So the, maybe not gold standard, the bronze standard for an ignite skill is Fireball. Fireball has 370% effectiveness of added damage, and it then has, like the ignites are comparable with this once you factor in the burning ground. So I'm going to count that you're getting 135% of that ignite damage. The ignites are somewhat comparable to a Fireball. It propagates in different ways. The key thing is that Flame Surge is just much faster to connect, but Flame Surge is also a small area of effect as well. I am not particularly, I'm not sold on this at all. So I'm going to put a note to myself that Flame Surge of Combustion, not sold. This is an ignite skill now. Ignite skill now, rather than enhancing other ignites. Other ignites you may have already achieved on an enemy, but it's different and it's cool. Flameblast of Celerity. Okay, that sounds like it's going to be a faster version. Now, we've got here that Flameblast of Celerity is going to channels to build up an explosion, released at max stages, and it is plus 0.7% to radius per stage. This has 3 maximum stages, and this is all about that spell damage per stage. Spell damage per stage has... I'm just trying to think if there's any abuse cases for that. There's not. No, that's going to be your hit damage. So let's just bring up Flameblast for comparison. Flameblast. So we have 11 maximum stages normally. 608 fire damage versus 665. Oh, thank you, Nowby. Nowby is mentioning that Earthquake is a base duration of 3 seconds. So that's good. That's interesting there. So, Flameblast of Celerity is 165% more spell damage, so it's definitely focusing all on that hit damage, and plus 0.7 meters per stage. What's the other details on this? It's quite small normally. I wish there was an easy way to see these side by side. So it sacrifices any capacity to ignite, and it sacrifices any synergies with ignite in order to explode a larger section of the screen. Flameblast of Celerity is all about hitting large amounts of the screen. Flameblast of Celerity is going to be the totem version, I think. There's a very old build in Path of Exile that was the Pizza Totems, it was called, and that was where you had a whole bunch of spell totems linked to Flameblast. It's a skill that fell off in popularity because it was quite a slow play style, but this new version of Flameblast is definitely something that works. There's no synergy there with Ignite the way that there is on base Flameblast, and the totems will then pop off when they reach maximum stages. They'll pop immediately. So that was the Pizza Totems build. That was like, I feel like that may have been about 2.0 that was popular, but it was a long-term meta leveling build. Much like Magma Orb is now, it was something that just stuck for a long period of time that people used it. And yeah, John, on the Windows and split screen mode, I can do that on my PC, but I also need to be aware of what's broadcasting as well, because OBS isn't going to like that. If I was to set up split screen that way, I would then need to still modify everything, and I honestly find it easier to control tab between the different tabs. I find that is the best way, and then to alt tab into my YouTube control panel as well. So there's a bunch of different things that are going on there, but that's the best I've found so far. Okay, so that's Flameblast of Celerity. This is hit-based. This is for totems, especially hit-based totems. Flameblast of Celerity. Pizza Totems. Hits lots of the screen. One thing I need to check actually before we move on from this, 250 milliseconds. What's the cast time on this? It is, 200 milliseconds. That's really interesting. Why is the cast time slower on the allegedly Celerity one? I mean, I guess it is hitting more of the screen quicker, but that's something that I did not notice at first. Actually casts slower. Casts slower, spreads faster. So that's something that I am glad I checked, because I would not have got that one right. I would not have expected that at all from a name like Flameblast of Celerity. Okay, let's now jump across to the next one, which is Flameblast of Contradiction. So this one is... Oh, hang on, you say three maximum stages? I think it's 3 maximum stages. Hey, Shortman, thank you for pointing out that I'm a fool. I had misread that as 3 more maximum stages. Yeah, I'm starting to move towards... This is basically Pizza Totems only. It does automatically pop at max, but it's... And doesn't... Maybe there'll be some uses for it. We definitely need to note here that this is 3 charges only. But I am definitely thinking that... I'm definitely on Team Totems for that one. I think it's where the use case for it is. Okay, so let's jump over to Flameblast of Contradiction now. After all those contradictions are over, this is going to be 200 millisecond cast time again, not 250. This stacks up to 11 stages like a normal one. And this has very small base damage, but 600% more spell damage. This is basically really punishing if you do small ones. It also decreases the radius per stage. So this is a totally different gem. And this is something that is cool. Alright, I really like this idea. So how big are we starting? Base radius is 2.6 meters, but our first stage damage is derisory. Our second stage damage, we're at 210% base damage, and at this point we have, we are hitting, we are at 210% base damage for hits. For ailments, we are at 105% base damage, which is not yet exciting, and we're at 2.4 meters. If we channel all the way to 10 stages, we're only hitting a 40 centimeter radius. That is tiny, 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 tiny. So I don't think you're going to be Flameblast contradictioning to 11 stages often at all. But this could be a lot of damage. Let's check it out. Assuming 7 stages, let's compare it to normal Flameblast. Normal Flameblast is going to deal 90% base damage. Then it's going to get it's going to get times 4.2. So that's going to be 0.9 times 5.2, which is 0.47 roughly. Sorry, 4.7 times base damage if you channel it up 9 times. And this is going to be hitting... it's going to be... What's the base radius on this? I don't actually know. But it's going to gain 2.7 meters. So it's a fairly large area. Flameblast of Contradiction is going to have 0.3 base, but your 7 stages that you're getting is going to be 1750%. That's, yeah, it's going to be hitting harder at 7 stages, but it's also going to be really concentrated down. This is going to be really tricky to use. And people are mentioning that you've got the option of flat damage. The thing is that because of that effectiveness of added damage stat, you kind of don't really have the option of max damage. I think Flameblast of Contradiction, it's going to hit really hard in conjunction with Decoy Totem. So you drop down a Decoy Totem or maybe a Void Sphere and say, hey, monsters gather here. Then once you've done that, you can get a monstrously big ignite with Flameblast of Contradiction. I don't think it's necessarily worth it. I do think this is going to be a meme, but it's a cool... Oh, it's Contraction. Thank you, YouTube account, YouTubeac. I had actually misread this as Contradiction, not Contraction. It is Flameblast of Contraction, but I'm going to keep calling this Flameblast of Contradiction. I know that's a verbal typo, but it is what this gem is. It is a contradiction. It's a contracting contradiction, and it's something where, yeah, it's really hard to use. If you do it with Decoy Totem, it has some payoff. Spell Totem Ignite, people are thinking about there. I feel like Spell Totem Ignite, the fact that you're using a totem, like one of the strengths of totems is that you can multiply your spellcasting, but multiplying your spellcasting doesn't help that much with Ignite, because yes, you get to refresh your ignites, yes, you get to fish for better damage rolls, but damage rolls aren't a huge factor on fire damage. They do anywhere from 80 to 120% of base damage, so even if you roll 83%, and then the next one rolls 117, that's like, you know, it is still a fair bit more damage, but it's not monstrously more. It's only 40% more damage, and that's assuming that you rolled the 83 first and the 117 second, rather than rolling them in the other way around. So yeah, I am definitely calling this Flameblast of Contradiction, not Flameblast of Contraction, and it's an interesting gem, but I don't see it being something that's great. A contradiction. This is basically too tightly focused, too much setup. This might be useful on bosses, but only in the hands of someone who is a better player than me. Like, this is something I could see Jung Rowan using really well. He's someone who's been doing some testing with Flameblast in patch 3.22. He's got a really good setup for Vaal Flameblast, and he's very good at timing his Vaal Flameblast so that every single stage hits a boss. But the main reason he can do that is that he's so intimately familiar with the boss patterns that when he's fighting one, he can just drop it at a time that he knows the boss isn't going to move. I don't think that most players are going to get that right. They're going to try for that decision, and then they're going to whiff with a bunch of their Flameblast of Contraction. And in that situation, I think you're better off having the more reliable damage of classic Flameblast instead. So, this one's interesting. Yeah, Vaal Flameblast is a standalone gem, but the thing is that you are channeling Vaal Flameblast instead of casting it. It's an interesting one. It's cool, but it's not something that's fantastic. In terms of people asking in chat what site this is from the Grinding Your Games site. there's the link to it. Flicker Strike of Power. Okay, this is sounding like it is going to be a power charge related one, and it is. So this has a cooldown of 2 seconds, and you can expend a power charge in order to use that. This is going to grant you a movement speed buff, and also has 50% chance to gain a power charge on critical strike. That's really good. Like once you get multi-strike going with this, you are going to be swimming in Flicker Strike charges. This is definitely going to be a new setup for cast on critical strike with a whole bunch of things. Like I am first thinking of this in conjunction with the meteor from the heavens Flameblast, and also this could be used, especially if you're doing an elemental version of Flicker Strike that was more on the lightning end. This could be used with a bunch of the new versions of Arc or Cracklance. Like there's a whole bunch of things, but probably the new versions of Arc. There's a lot of things that you could do with this that are really strong, where you definitely want to be getting your crits on it. So here, you're not really using Flicker Strike as its own payload. You're using Flicker Strike as a delivery mechanism. The payload is a cast on critical strike version of Arc. I feel like that is going to be very, very strong. And yeah, this could be used particularly well on an assassin. So let's just get all of the other details on it. So it's 120% attack speed, 210% base damage. Contrast that to the base gem. Not Vile Flicker Strike, base version of Flicker Strike, which is also the same. And it's, but it doesn't have the 10% IAS per frenzy, 25% frenzy gain. It's actually pretty similar in a lot of ways, Flicker Strike of Power. It's demonstrably the same gem. It costs 10 mana. Is that similar as well? Yeah, 10 mana, 2 second cooldown. Basically, everything about it seems pretty much the same, except just has a couple of different stats on it. This is a really simple setup. It's something that's quite powerful. You just need a few Flicker Strikes to get started. A few power charges to get started, and this should just delete entire maps. I think this is going to be one of those phenomenal mappers, whether you're doing this as Flicker Strike for damage with Flicker Strike, or whether you're doing it as a delivery mechanism for a cast on critical strike setup. But in both cases should be outstanding clear. So this is going to be a whole bunch of new options. Alex is mentioning lots of worry about flashbanging. I am trying not to flashbang anymore. I have got any window that might be a flashbang is actually in a separate instance of Chrome, so that that shouldn't happen. Everything that is currently showcased on the version that's coming through to OBS is something that should be in dark mode. So Flicker Strike of Power, simple, powerful. I think this was this a Crucible mod? Am I right in recalling that this was a Crucible mod, Flicker Strike of Power? That using power charges instead of frenzy charges was a Crucible option. I do agree, Steen, that it's uninventive in a way, but it's also just quite useful to have new ways to play an existing build as well. So I'm generally pretty cool with that. Having something where there's a gem that's really simple and that's recognizable. It was, but different, yeah. That's what I thought. I knew there were a bunch of things where there was a power charge, where there were things that just modified the core functionality of a gem. Speaking of which, actually, one that I'd hoped to see was the bleed-based Cobralash and the bleed-based Venom Gyre. Not that you'd really want Venom Gyre, it's a lot of small hits, but Cobralash felt like something that could be really interesting. Flicker Strike of Power, cast on critical strike, Flame Dash of Returning. Okay, that is peak meme builds here, where you just got no idea where you're going to end up. Lots of craziness there. Okay, so what else do we have here? Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice. And this is going to have... this is something that has a life cost. So, very important. A lot of people didn't pick this up. And thank you, chat, for letting me know this, because I wouldn't have picked it up either. this is going to cost you life to cast, which means that you cannot use this on a build that is purely based upon Chaos Inoculation. You cannot pay that cost on a Chaos Inoculation character, but there's still a lot of interesting things with it. So, oh yeah, Flame Dash of Return can't be triggered, can it? Yeah, lots of silliness there. So this is going to lob an exploding projectile near the targeted location and extra projectiles towards enemies around you. Comparable numbers to the base gem, I think that's 9 as well. Projectiles deal chaos damage based on your energy shield. Casting this spell damages you, or casting this spell is draining your life. Now this is dealing 15% of your maximum energy shield as base chaos damage, and you also take 40% of your ES as chaos damage. I just got to check the numbers on Forbidden Rite base gem. So Forbidden Rite base gem is dealing 5% and also 12% of your base life. So it's triple self damage, and then it's dealing only 25%. Oh, sorry, no, it's dealing 25% of your max energy shield as chaos damage, as well as 12% of your, wait, let me get that right. You suffer 40% of your life and 25% of your maximum energy shield as chaos damage. With this new Forbidden Rite, you are suffering 40% of your energy shield. So if you're not carrying much life, then that's going to be more damage. In fact, a lot of the time that's going to be more damage. Deals 15% of your maximum energy shield as base chaos damage on top of 747 base. So the base is the same, and it's triple the scaling with energy shield. So if you are playing a build that has some life but that is primarily investing in energy shield, Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice is going to be better. This is going to be something you probably want to use in conjunction with Chevron's Wrappings and Low Life, or in conjunction with Fourth Vow, Low Life, and Petrified Blood. So there's a few things you can do with this, but this is going to have a whole bunch of things you can do. The key thing is you've got to have a lot of ES for this to work. And Fourth Vow builds may not often don't have enough ES for this. So you probably may need to be Chevron's Wrappings. Escher's Visage is another one. Thank you for reminding me that exists. Escher's Visage is the one that I think is when you're not on low life. Let me just bring up the stats on this because it's something I haven't used in a long time. It has lots of life and energy shield. It has chaos damage, does not bypass energy shield while you are on high life. So that's an option. It's pretty risky because if you go onto low life, you're then suddenly in a very large amount of trouble. But yes, chaos damage hits aren't that serious nowadays because you probably do have 75 chaos res. And you're playing Forbidden Rite. Of course you got 75% chaos res. What if you can get the life cost to 0? Can you? Is there any way to get this life cost to 0? Is there really much way to modify life cost at all? Alrion Rings shouldn't work. And so Ivory Tower is the other way to use this, yeah. Actually, I think Ivory Tower may be the best. Ghost Writhe is another one, yeah. So just bringing up Ghost Writhe is the armor that converts a lot of your life into energy shield. So Ghost Writhe is a small amount of ES on it, but a small amount of life and a lot of chaos res, which is useful. But 50% of your life is converted to ES. That's going to make this substantially better. And for those of you that aren't that familiar with the Ivory Tower, let's bring that one up because it's one of those things that is very, very strong, but takes a lot of setup to get going. So 30 to maximum energy shield per 100 reserved life, and chaos damage is taken from mana before life. You need to have a substantial mana pool to use the Ivory Tower well, but if you've got that, then this is going to reward you for having, say, 4,000 life, of which maybe 700 is unreserved on a build that's casting a spell that costs 45 life. So this is very much a tricky one. Do not refresh Path of Exile's site, okay? I'm assuming that's because Path of Exile's site has just gone down. That is something that, yeah, I will definitely take you up on that, and I will not refresh it. And if something comes up there, like there'll be things that are added at times. Alejandro, 1,500 viewers is very unusual for me on on YouTube or anywhere anywhere that I'm streaming. I've only had that twice before. Once was on Twitch when Cute Dog raided me, and once was yesterday when I was doing the other one of these. So Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice, the life cost on that is critical. FR of Soul Sac, life cost changes it. Ivory Tower, Shavraps, or Ghost Wraith. I think I'm going to give up on any discussion really around using this in conjunction with... I'm going to give up on using this in conjunction with Fourth Vow. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that I think you can probably do better with other things. Oh, the website is working, is it? It was probably down briefly. Frostbomb of Instability. So this is the one that is going to cause a crystal that lasts for a duration. When the crystal's duration ends, it explodes, dealing cold damage around it. The base duration 1.5 seconds. None of the other effects of Frostbomb. Tell me why I'm wrong on this. My first thoughts on this is just the Meteor Firestorm, but miles worse. So 2.6 meters. What's Meteor Firestorm's radius? 2.5. Firestorm of Meteors does way more damage. Even if you can stack a bunch of these up, I'm just completely unsold on this. I just don't see it. I will let people work out what's going on here. Stormcall of Cold. Yeah, the thing is that it doesn't have the benefits of Stormcall, like the super fast cast time that Stormcall's got. Stormcall, for what it's worth, got an incredible buff to its quality in this league. Stormcall is one of those gems that could be really good with Crest of Desire and Ashes of the Stars now. Yeah, you could definitely inflict freezes with it, that is true. But you could also use Explosive Trap and convert it to cold and inflict freezes that way. The new Explosive Trap, that is. Kill Doggy does have an idea there. Drop a whole bunch of these on a boss. But again, that just feels like it's the Explosive Trap of Shrapnel. Not Shrapnel. Explosive Trap of the Mega Bomb. What's that one called again? Explosive Trap of Magnitude. That feels like Explosive Trap of Magnitude, but worse to me. Could be a cast. It could be a retaliatory cast. It could be a retaliatory cast, but I feel like, again, that's just worse than retaliating with the Meteor Firestorm. Retaliating with the Meteor Firestorm is going to do more damage, and it's going to hit faster. It's going to hit the same area. So I am open to being proven wrong on this, but I believe that this is just dead on arrival. This is worse in every imaginable way that I can think of than another very similar gem. You could reduce duration, yes. That's true. And actually, yeah, that is something that Firestorm of Meteors doesn't have. So you could try and reduce the duration, but what would you go that far? Would you invest hard in reduced duration? All you get out of doing that is just that it's a little bit faster. Yeah, so my feeling is that the numbers on this are just like, I'm not sold. 700 millisecond cast time, 260% base damage is not high enough to justify such a clunky skill. If I want clunky, I'll use Firestorm of Meteors. And so that is something that I consider to be a brick there. Alejandro, it's only going to be on this platform. I'm only single streaming because otherwise I can't follow chat. There'll be stuff on too many other things. So I'm just going to put a note to myself there that Frostbomb of Instability, numbers bad unless I'm missing something. Numbers not just bad, numbers awful unless missing something. I just can't see. I can't see this being used. And I think this is the first gem where my reaction is not just, I can see a use case for this, but I don't think it's very good. This is the first one where it's like, I do not see this at all. I think this is a brick. That is a question. Yidzero in chat is asking, what's the quality here? Could that be a flat reduction in base duration? That could be interesting. because if you can scale that high enough, then maybe this is something for Crested Desire and Ashes of the Stars. But yeah, even then though, it feels like it's kind of marginal. Like you still have worse damage application probably than Fireball. And Fireball is not some paragon of damage application. Okay, so now we will jump over to the next question, which is Frostbomb of Forthcoming. So this has a 4-second cooldown, a cast time that's pretty short, a bit of crit chance, and this creates crystal which explodes, dealing heavy cold damage to enemies around it, 310% base damage, and this is one that scales with duration. Now, they've been very careful to make sure that this scaling with duration is something that does not have a that does not go into the stratosphere with Ignite. But that said, this is still a monstrously hard-hitting Ignite skill. So with the base duration of 3 seconds, this is going to be 90% more damage with ailments. So that is going to be 1.9 times 3.1. That is going to be 581%. So no, yeah, 589%. 589% base damage, which is a lot to Ignite with. This is on par with Vile Firestorm, exceeds it, but Vile Firestorm is terrible. Otherwise, this is just a lot of damage, but you can only cast it once every 4 seconds. You really need to invest hard in this, and I feel like a 4-second cooldown is a very big investment in a gem. Now, the hit component of this is going to do monstrous hits, and so that's something else you could consider. Once per 4 seconds, you're hitting for a currently a baseline 1240% base damage. This is substantially harder than any other hit skill in the game that I can think of. What's Flameblast? In a lot of ways, this is... I feel like the role this plays is similar to, but different to, the role that Vile Flameblast plays, where it's like a big cooldown that you can use that deals tremendously heavy damage to a single central target, but where Vile Flameblast does hit lots of things anyway, this is going, because this is so clunky, it doesn't need to use Vile Souls. Base radius on this is 3.3 meters. Yeah, that's fairly good. This is a very much doubling down on the feeling of, I am a frost bomb. This is not like frost bad thing you probably want to stay away from. This is frost, I am going to mess you up level. This is going to be very much like a fully charged Flame Blast. You don't want to be in this. And so if you can imagine, say, not so much Atziri's Flame Blast, Atziri's empowered Storm Calls are what this is conjuring to mind. It's basically just this area of extreme death that is clunky, and because it's clunky, players can get out of it, but monsters won't. This is something that, if you are willing to go to the effort of using Decoy Totem to set it up, this will hit really, really scarily hard. Much like that Flame Blast of Contraction, it's got a lot of the same. It's got a lot of the same strengths as Flame Blast of Contraction, but just done differently. Lastly, I kind of feel like this could be funny depending on the gem level scaling. If you were to try and mess around with this, fully converted to fire and double replica cooldown point, could be interesting here. Cooldown point's actually, a replica cooldown point is actually pretty rare, but that's something that could be a little bit of a meme build. I don't think that's good, but it's interesting. So this is Frostbomb of and it was Frostbomb of Forthcoming. Huge damage, huge clunk. I'm just going to summarize it as huge damage, huge clunk. But this definitely has some very, very, very real power in it. And it's something to be interested in messing around with. But I don't think many people will use it, but I can certainly see it being some people's favorites. Neither of the Transfigured Frostbombs are an orb, but that's an interesting thing someone's just pointed out in chat. And that's, yeah, that's kind of cool. A Cyclone of Tumult is interesting, Chad Carter, just on that. I have submitted questions to the FAQ about Cyclone of Tumult, and you know how Graniger Games have got their FAQ that they put up. I submitted some questions asking about the about the Cyclone of Tumult that was revealed yesterday, because if it has a breakpoint at gem level 21 and 26 and 32, like baseline Cyclone does, it could actually be really, really good. So, Frostblink of Wintry Blast. Cast time, 850 milliseconds. This is slow for a Frostblink. This is no longer Frostblink, this is Frost Lightning Warp, except very, very slow Lightning Warp. Effectiveness of added damage, 180%, that's lower than the base. Teleport to a location, damaging enemies in an area at both ends of the teleport. Higher damage to chilled enemies, then removes the chill from them. Now, 19% more damage with hits per chill effect on an enemy, then removes the chill afterwards. Okay, let me just confirm the damage multiplier on Frostblink base edition of Frostblink. So Frostblink is, oh no, it's 180%. Okay, it's the same base damage. So you are suffering by having this massively slow travel skill. I don't think that this is usable because of that. There is no cooldown on it, but there doesn't really need to be a cooldown on something with an 850 millisecond cast time. It's Frostblink totems, yeah. Like 19% more damage with hits per 5% chill effect on an enemy. So that could be 6 times. You could get that to 114%. That's quite a lot of damage, and it deals at where you leave and where you hit. The key thing is though that the only people who really do damage with Frostblink are people who are igniting with that damage. It's not really being used for hit-based damage by anyone that I can think of, and I just don't see this having any real synergy with any existing build. I don't think it's powerful enough to make a hit-based Frostblink viable, and there is no way that I would use this over traditional Frostblink if you're igniting, because there's no additional damage based on chill. So I am definitely not sold on this, unless maybe you get so much cast speed on a build, and this is probably talking Headhunter or Soul Eater abuse in some way, whether that be Headhunter or whether it be something else. That's something you could conceivably try and use this as a main movement skill. It could be zippy. It could be really zippy if you can get that sort of scaling up to the stratosphere. Like, here's a thought experiment for you. If you're playing a reverse chill build, would you be getting enough cast speed to make this your only movement skill? I feel like you might be once you're rolling. So maybe that's a use for it. It does also lose the distance boost as well from level. That's a good point, John, in chat. So I am currently completely unsold on this, but there's some things it can do. Okay, so Stormwall's saying in chat that there has been some history of this being used, a Frostblink hit-based builds being used. George is asking in chat, since it's a travel skill, don't you get that first instant cast? The way that works in the base game is that the first one generally works a bit better, and actually that's a good point. Maybe the subsequent ones are worse again, because there's a cast time on it. There's nothing about them that's instant. The reason that Frostblink is instant in the base game is because it actually doesn't have a cast time. Its cast time is just instant, but it has its cooldown instead. This instead has the cast time as the alternative. I figure like if you can scale enough cast time, this might become non-awful, and maybe this is something you stick in Essence of Insanity gloves. I'm still not sold on this. It's like you can't get tremendous amount of more damage with the hits. You can get a fair bit. And Yeah, I just think you need ignite is where the damage is on Frostblink. That's my opinion on it anyway. Definitely happen to be proven wrong on that, but Frostblink of Wintry Blast. This is cast time too long. Cast time too long. No element damage. Multipliers. I am not sold. I am going to consider that to be one that I can't make work. It can be triggered, and you can use it with totems, but honestly, like, what are you really getting with totems on this? Like, it's a point-blank AoE that hits in 2 places, and is only dealing 180% base damage. Like, what's an Ice Nova totem going to do in that situation? Let's just bring up... So, Ice Nova is 230%. It's a faster cast time. It's got higher effectiveness of added damage, and it has chill. So I'd rather just use an Ice Nova totem, I think, rather than this. It's a good point. Yeah, if you were to trigger it and bypass the cast time... If you were to... Yeah, maybe cast while channeling. Okay, let's experiment with cast while channeling on this. So, experiment with cast while channeling. So I'm just going to put a note to myself that we want to experiment with this in cast while channeling. Maybe that is its use case after all. What happens if you put this in a cast when damage taken loop? Again, so it's another sort of channeling setup there. It could potentially be quite zippy if that's the case. Ice Nova isn't scaled by Bronn's Lithe. That is correct. Bronn's Lithe is the item that is not in the patch notes that gets the most out of those patch notes, I think. Especially if Cyclone of Tumult has some of those potential breakpoints that I was thinking it might have, but that are not known to happen there. That's something that we'll definitely want to check. Also, I'm just checking if there's anything new in the FAQ here, because I did submit some questions to that. No, they have not updated that yet, because some of those would relate to things we discussed yesterday. Okay, let's jump on to Frozen Legion of Rallying next. So, firstly, I need to bring up Frozen Legion itself. This is one of those gems that you sort of forget exists. Frozen Legion, it is... cooldown is 0.8 and 6 uses, and cast time is 700 milliseconds, 281% base damage, and here we have, okay, only 135% base damage, so it's miles less damage, but the cooldown is much faster to replenish. So, Frozen Legion of Rallying can be used more frequently, but deals a lot less damage. I don't see any reason for this. I don't see a reason for this one, because it's just not doing enough... Frozen Legion of Rallying is just not doing enough there. Like, it's not doing enough damage. The power of Frozen Legion is that it is a cooldown, a big cooldown you can cast that deals quite a lot of damage on an attack build. It's not something that everyone uses, but it does have something unique about it. This takes away that unique effect and just makes it into a semi-spammable skill that you're probably never going to want to spam, because it's not worth using when, you know, it's a 4-link, your main skill's a 6-link. I'm just not sold on this at all. So that is definitely not something that I'm sold on yet. On the stuff that's come up on a tweet, I no longer have Twitter, and the site formerly known as Twitter is just impossible to use if you don't have an account there. So I'm not going to be able to look at that until realistically, until I get sent it in Discord or something. It'll be something that'll come up probably in the nightly video. Let's have a look here at Glacial Cascade of the Fissure. So I'm just going to put a note down by myself that Frozen Legion of Rallying loses the unique things about Frozen Legion that make Frozen Legion have some utility. Frozen Legion of Rallying loses unique strengths. Strengths of the gem. gets nothing in return. Okay, next we have our next gem is going to be our Glacial Cascade of the Fissure. This is very different, isn't it? It's icicles emerge from the ground in a series of small bursts, each damaging enemies caught in the area. Deals physical damage converted to cold, causes 8 bursts, and this looks like it no longer has... I want to check the wording, actually. I need to really check the wording of the original version of this skill, because this is... Icicles emerge from the ground in a series of small bursts, each damaging enemies caught in the area and knocking them back in the direction of the next burst. So we are losing the knockback, which is actually a buff a lot of the time. It just deals damage, and each hit is 130% base damage, 8 bursts. What do we got here? 65% base damage and 4 bursts. But the final burst has the 250% more damage. This is old Glacial Cascade back. Old Glacial Cascade is a very strong mind skill. I just want to check the numbers on this firstly before I do go into this in detail. If you can hit 3 times with Glacial Cascade, you are really getting paid off for it. Yeah, this is a mind skill. No knockback means that it's just different. It's not necessarily positive or negative to have knockback. It's often negative because it moves monsters out of the way of the next projectile. And I think that Glacial Cascade of the Fissure is going to be a mine build that you can safely start. You're going to need to acquire this gem because the Glacial Cascade that exists in the game now, its mines aren't particularly good. The biggest concern I've got is that I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know how this is going to feel in terms of its area overlaps. It should be alright. It used to be alright, but I'm not absolutely certain there. The issue with mines and the final hit is that Glacial Cascade fell out of favor as a mine skill because often you jostle a monster around a bit, and that ends up causing that final hit to miss. That one that's dealing the massive amount of extra damage. That one often misses as a result, but also it's just such a delay until a lot of the damage comes in. Whereas here, if the enemy is close to the starting point of the mines, you're going to get some really good damage on it. So Glacial Cascade of the Fissure feels like it's a minor skill again. This is definitely a really good... This strikes me as a really good setup. For something that's just going to get a lot of damage. It's got access to hatred. Of course, you've got the biggest weakness of mines at the moment, which is that mana reservation efficiency is really tough on it. So, one other thing I'm curious about, what is the quality stat here? Is this 7 burst baseline or 6 burst baseline, and then the quality stat is granting +1 or +2? Or is it something else? Quality stat usually doesn't modify effectiveness of added damage or critical strike chance, though I can't rule out that happening. And yeah, Glacial Cascade as a self-cast spell I want to also think on quickly here. This is going to be... Got cast time of 600 milliseconds. It's not doing a lot of damage, but it's going to hit things multiple times. What's the downside for going totems over mines for this? Nothing. This is a fine totem skill too. You've got double delay with both. Well, you got double delay with both of them because the Glacial Cascade has to propagate. It is true, yes. Scoot is correct there that Hex Blast is competing with it, and Hex Blast mines are just so good that it may end up being off meta as a result of being the second best miner. But one thing that Glacial Cascade has going for it, oh my god, the MTX for this skill is gorgeous with mines. Like, it is just absolutely craziness. The Illusionist MTX for this. I played that build in Heist, and I played it as my league starter in Heist League was a Glacial Cascade miner, and just the MTX looks phenomenal. It's just the greatest screen pollution ever. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So this is definitely something I'm going to be putting down as Glacial Cascade of Fishes, old school 3.12 era GC mines, or GC totems. I think GC totems has a lot going for it too. One drawback to Glacial Cascade totems that I can think of, and this probably applies to mines as well, you're going to be dealing a lot of small individual hits, and that may make it difficult to inflict chills and freezes on enemies. I do think you can still land them, but it's just not going to be as certain. Also, this is something you probably want to use Heat Shiver with. So there's a lot of cool stuff there. So that's Glacial Cascade of the Fisher. This is something that I am definitely going to keep my eye on as a pretty good setup there. Something that does something genuinely good on it there. I'm just having a quick look at what else we need to do in terms of things. I need to take a quick 1 minute breather to get something sorted out on the back end of YouTube here. It won't take me too long to do that. And then once we've done that, we'll come back to the next gem. Sorry about this. Shouldn't be too long, but just some annoying... Okay, that looks like it's right. Why am I getting an error message there? Anyways, okay, cool. Sorry about that. I just needed to quickly check something on my on the back end of YouTube, because there's a bunch of things that are different here to streaming over on Twitch. All right, let's jump on to Glacial Hammer of Shattering. So 269% base damage is high. Hits enemies, converting some of your fizz to cold. You're striking 3 times in a row. Third strike will always be a crit. Yikes! I think that's different on Glacial Hammer normally. Glacial Hammer. So every third strike freezes. If striking 3 times in a row, the third strike will freeze enemies more easily. So instead, the third strike is going to crit. 40% crit multi. Every third strike is a crit, and it has additional damage to chilled enemies. Now, this is looking really good, but let's have a quick look to see if there's... let's have a quick look to see what's going on. What's going on here in terms of the comparison. So 269 versus 269. Attack speed is baseline. This is a strike, which is good. That means it can hit a lot of things. I feel like this is just going to be better a lot of the time. Like you're in this weird spot where this is telling you not really to invest hard in crit, because every third strike is a crit. So you don't need much critical strike chance. This is screaming out, use me with, is it Merrilyn's Fallacy or is it Ungol's Harmony? It's Merrilyn's Fallacy, isn't it? The one that messes up that gives you a monstrous amount of crit multi at the expense of messing up your crit chance. So Merrilyn's Fallacy is what you want to use this with. I knew there was something like it. Glacial Hammer of Shattering, Merrilyn's Fallacy, this is a go. You're going to crit sometimes on your first and second strikes, always on your third. You're going to really hit hard with that third strike. And it's still got all the capacity to deal... It's still got all the capacity to do... to freeze. Because you're still going to be inflicting freezes most of the time on those third strikes. It's not going to strike... It's not going to freeze forever. So Glacial Hammer... with Freeze Prolif is fairly solid in terms of just your damage propagation. You're going to lose that in exchange for doing a lot more damage. So I guess that's the key difference, isn't it? You are giving up access to Freeze Prolif as a powerful defensive layer. You still have access to that. It's just not going to be as good. And in exchange for that, you're getting this huge amount of damage. I agree. Blitz Charge Berserkers, yeah. Let's just bring up the Blitz Charge stuff. So Berserker Ascendancy. Let's bring up the Berserker Ascendancy quickly. And the Blitz Charge aspect here is the... where are we? What's it called again? It's 2% more attack speed per blitz charge, 8% reduced critical strike chance per blitz charge. But this is completely ignoring that because like you can get 160% reduced crit strike chance here, but you're still going to be inflicting a lot of crits. So this is and then you're going to get your 20. Oh yeah, you only gain a blitz charge on a critical strike. But the blitz charges last a while, don't they? I had to check the duration of those things. They're 5 seconds, and then they, like, when you gain one, that refreshes all of them. So in a long fight, yes, you will be at 20 blitz charges. In a short fight, you will not be at 20 blitz charges necessarily. You're going to fall off. I think this is cool. Hey, this is like... This feels like a really strong setup. And yes, you could use this with Frost Breath and Trauma Support. This is a build. Like, this is definitely a build where you are going to be using Glacial Hammer of Shattering, Frost Breath, Trauma Support, and Blitz Charges on a Berserker, assuming that Trauma Support is survivable there, which I think it will be. And Merylyn's Fallacy. So let's just make a quick note to myself to that effect. This is Glacial Hammer of Shattering, Merylyn's Fallacy for crit multi. The crit multi, that's getting noted down there because that's the thing. Like, that is the interaction that makes everything so strong here. Blitz charges, and if safe, Berserker with Frost Breath and the and Trauma Support. I think that is a definite setup there that's going to work. Pillar of the Cage God is another option. Yeah, that's another point there. Or Pillar of Cage God, which is another thing that works really well in this setup because it just, like, essentially the key thing here is you're looking for, this is providing you with new ways to multiply your damage because Merylyn's Fallacy and Glacial Hammer is going to make every third hit thump for something like, with a quality Merylyn's Fallacy, it's going to be like 500% baseline damage, and you're doing this without having to invest in crit. You still need to get a little bit of accuracy, unfortunately, but yeah, you're getting a lot. Ruthless Support is another thing there as well. Yeah, Ruthless Support works too. That's a very good point. Ruthless Support as well. That's... Ruthless Support, we'll quickly mention that in a sec. So the way that Ruthless Support works, it tracks every third hit and makes those third hits really big. And that's going to line up with this, isn't it? So that's really cool. There's a bunch of other things. Yeah, you could use Radar, you could use a whole bunch of Ascendancies, but my feeling is that Berserker is the way to go. I think there's definitely some interesting stuff. Honestly, I feel like Glacial Hammer of Shattering is might end up being a top 5 gem for today because this is something that is a really big boost to melee, and it manages to be cold-based melee in a world where Heat Shiver's just been taken out the back and shot. But this is a cold-based melee thing that's getting a new lease on life. Glacial Hammer is one of the few strike skills in the game that might still have been playable even with the gutting of Heat Shiver. So there's a lot of cool stuff that goes in there. Okay, let's have a quick look here at what else we've got. Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. 340% base damage is hard hitting, but it is a very slow attack speed. And I think that's pretty typical for Ground Slam, isn't it? Ground Slam. We are 90%... Oh no, we're actually slower and harder hitting than Ground Slam is. Ground Slam is one of my favourite skills that I never really play around with. So let's have a look, see what we've got here. Only 20% more damage with hits to close targets. That is a nerf compared to the base gem, but it's still going to end up being more damage overall. And we've got 100% increased angle, so it's going to hit a larger area. And 20% more damage with hits to close targets, versus the base gem, which is 69% more damage with hits to closer targets. So obviously the base version has a really nice bonus there, but that is 169 times 188%. I'm just going to estimate that it's 306%. It's about 175 by 175. A little bit more than that, actually, like more like 310% base damage. What are we getting with the new Ground Slam? We are getting 340 times 1.2, which is way more. Like, that's 408% of base damage. So Ground Slam of Earthshaking is doing way more damage. What's the drawback? I'm going to check what I'm missing. It's requiring a two-handed weapon, two-handed axe, two-handed mace, two-handed staff, versus this being something that can be done. With an axe, mace, scepter, staff, or an armed. So it's more restrictive on weapons. Yeah, that's correct. Just looking if there's anything else that I am missing here. So the angle is yeah, Vile Ground Slam is fantastic. Like, Vile Ground Slam is one of those buttons that is just phenomenal to be able to push once every now and again and to inflict a devastating stun. So if you are playing a two-handed Ground Slam, this is just a massive strict upgrade. Granted, you might want to level with... Well, you're not going to have access to Uber Ground Slam early on, but I feel like this is just Uber Ground Slam, and you could then use this with anything that's slow. You could even do this with Ignite, which is a totally different thing. Procs with Shockwave, that's a good point. Yep, it could be. You could use it with Shockwave if you wanted. There's a lot of cool stuff. As you say, it is a slower attack. And one of the dangers to a slower skill, like, not only are you getting less damage because you're waiting longer until you hit, but also you are in danger for longer after you commit to an attack, and as well you're not using a shield. So there's all those sorts of drawbacks, but I feel like this is just a cool alternative to two-handed Bone Shatter. Let's just get Bone Shatter's comparable stats. So Bone Shatter is 85% of base for 250% damage. So this is, but then Bone Shatter has a whole bunch of flat fizz that's added onto it as well. And then it's got that more damage per trauma. So if you're using Bone Shatter but you're not really scaling trauma, if you've got, say, 10 trauma on the skill, then that's going to be 375% base damage. And you've got that, yeah, you've got that extra stuff. Whereas this is going to be just a smidgen more damage. Ground Slam is... So think of this as being two-handed Bone Shatter with less ramp. Both less ramp required to function and less ramp at the top end as well. So I think the main thing that sings out to me about this is the access to Vile Ground Slam. Because Vile Ground Slam is just such a strong stunning ability. And also just, yeah... That's the key thing. There are a number of other shenanigans. Yeah, there's the questions of slam versus strike, meaning that you've got your synergies with Warcries. So there's also Earthbreaker totems. This does feel like it's something that could be used well with Earthbreaker totems too. Bleed is another option. Bleed is another option that's worth thinking on if you wanted to run Bleed. I kind of feel like the Bleed setup that you would probably want though is a bow. Still, I feel like it's just better. Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma is the question that Skyer is suggesting comparing it to, which is one of the things that was revealed yesterday. Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma has a much faster ramp up. I guess it comes down to, can your character mitigate? Is your character willing to invest in the mitigation necessary to handle the backlash damage from Bone Shatter? If the answer is no, then Ground Slam of Earthshaking opens new options up. And yeah, there's stuff that, like, there's a couple of other Ascendancy shenanigans with it as well. So let's just quickly put some notes on this. This is Ground Slam of... what was the name of it again? Ground Slam of Earthshaking. 2H, better than GS normal is. Comparison is to Bone Shatter. And maybe not there. But Val Ground Slam. So that's the key benefit that you pick up out of doing this, is that you've got access to Val Ground Slam. Plus, Ground Slam just feels great. Like it's one of those gems that is really worth your while playing around with. It's I like the gem. I've always liked Ground Slam. It doesn't need to be the best thing in the world. It just needs to be good enough. Hex Blast. Oh, now here we have something funny. So earlier we were talking about Flameblast of Contraction, and because this was such a contradictory gem, I thought it was actually Flameblast of Contradiction, but this actually is Hexblast of Contradiction. So I'm going to call it Hexblast of Contraction and get that wrong. So Hexblast of Contraction deals chaos damage to a single enemy, more damage if they're hexed, and removing the hex. If the enemy was hexed, it also deals area damage to other enemies around the target, boosting damage and removing hexes from those enemies in the same way. I think that last part is new, right? Hexblast is... Oh, no, Hexblast is also removes hexes from the nearby enemies as well. And... Okay, spell's cast time is added to its cooldown if triggered. So this is on a... it doesn't have any basic cooldown though. So that just gains a cooldown at that point if it's triggered. And then we have base radius. All damage ignites, freezes, shocks. Chaos damage with hits is resisted by highest resistance instead. Aha! 40% more damage with ailments if hexed. 150% more damage with hits if enemy is hexed. And 90% chance to remove a hex after damaging. So let's just compare those stats. So we have 40% more damage with ailments, 100% more with hits, and that becomes 150% with hits. So it's hit based is where its strength is. And it's 340% base versus a 340%. Where's the benefit of this? There's got to be something. We've got 6% crit chance versus 4% crit chance. Is that all? So we've got... Is it just that difference? It is... I think it is just that, hey. So the chaos damage with hits is... You're going to be critting more often with it, but you need to have the enemy's resistances reasonably equal, which means you're probably using LE weakness on hit instead. This is weird. It's Hexblast of Contradiction, definitely. It's well named, this gem. You're saying more hit damage, 2271. What do we have on the other one? No, it's 2271 on both. That's the top damage there. So I think it is just a trade-off of critical strike chance at the expense of it, and also more damage with hits. So I think, like, yeah, ally weakness is the thing there. How does this interact with resistance inversion? That's a good question. So, like, it's... Your chaos damage is resisted by the highest resistance instead. Hits trait resistances is inverted. Yeah, I feel like that is something you probably want to use. Like, if you're using only elemental weakness, then this probably works well with that inversion thing. With that inverted resistances. But even then, like... I'm very not sold on this. It's a cool idea. I will pay that. So Hexblast of Contradiction... And this is actually Contradiction this time. It is not Contraction. Highest resist instead... in exchange for more crit. For more crit, but probably not enough. But probably not enough crit in order for that to really matter. that's my first thoughts on this gem. I'm open to being wrong on it, but I just don't think it jumps out. And yeah, it's got the extra hit. And also the also in exchange for more crit and higher hit scaling. But probably not enough crit for that to work out, I don't think. But maybe it's worth trying around in conjunction with the inversion or anything like that. Okay, Hexblast of Havoc. Deals chaos damage to a single enemy. If the enemy was hexed, also deals area damage to other target enemies around the target. This is a fair chunk of damage, and it's just a really simple version. Base radius of 3 meters versus the... So 2271 versus Hexblast of Havoc is 2044. It does not remove the hex. So none of this hex removal side of things. And it's got... Yeah, basically... Hexblast of Havoc is just something that... You could spam that. Like... You could spam this. You got to hex the enemy first. So this is going to be used with Blasphemy. This is basically... You have Blasphemy Despair on. And then you just go close to things and go... Bang, 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 bang. Hexblast of Simplification. I like that nickname for it. This is going to be really, really solid. So this can be triggered. It's a totally different gem. But 3 meters, like this feels like... Actually, you know what else this is really good with? If you've got say, Asenath's on, anything that's curse on hit, but let's just say Asenath's Gentle Touch for now, and you are just using this as cast on critical strike. Like, this is a lot of damage. It's chaos damage, which could be really interesting. Is this cast on critical strike poison? Is this like what cast on crit poison needs to function? Like, this is a really heavy hitting chaos damage spell. It has decent damage projection. And it's like... This feels like a meme, but like a solid meme. Like, this is just... Cold Snap but chaos damage, yeah, like you're saying there. Like, this is... Is this the highest damaging Nova? Like, point blank AoE Nova, if you were to trigger it? Like, custom critical strike builds that currently exist don't want this because they can't scale chaos damage. But that doesn't mean that this can't be made to work. I'm just trying to think how exactly you would go about it. You want to have something that is, like, maybe just a fast-hitting poison gem with... Okay, hear me out. This is going to sound weird, but Cobra Lash cast on critical strike or Venom Gyre cast on critical strike with Hexblast of Havoc. This feels like it's going to just get a lot of... it's going to get a lot of explosions happening, and you can then poison with it. Perfect Agony scaling potentially, although Perfect Agony scaling is very, very rippy. And you could go Critical Strike Chaos. Yeah, Cast on Crit Forbidden Rite is the other option, and that does tend to scale hit. I don't think I've seen Cast on Crit Poison. Maybe it's just too... Maybe you're just trying to put too many things into a build together. Crit is 6% on this as well, which is good. And, oh, that's a very good point that Rado makes in chat. This is Hex tagged. That is something that I think means you can get a good chest corruption on this. So, yeah, you need to inflict an initial hex, but that hex can be through an on-hit. That can even be you wouldn't want to self-cast. Well, you can self-cast with Hex Bloom. So you can self-cast a hex, proliferate through Hex Bloom. I think there's definitely a real thing going on here, and I want to brainstorm this. This is one that I might brainstorm at a later point. Hexblast of Havoc. This is a Nova. You use with Asenaths or Despair linked to Hexbloom. Cast on crit, question mark, poison, question mark. This is exciting. I'm going to just write a note that it's exciting. That'll just be there as a reminder to me so that I see that. Black Flame is an option. I think the issue, Siddharth, with Poison and Crit together is that, like, they can... Like, you're not going to invest heavily in Crit Multi on a setup like this, but the advantage to it, like, the disadvantage to them is that you can't get life on those builds. You can't get defenses because you're investing too much on the disparate pieces. I don't think you quite need all of the disparate pieces here, and that's why I think it might just be that little bit better. It might just end up being that bit more functional. That said, I'm not sold that it's definitely right. I just think it's worth exploring that. And oh yeah, I've got to put that note. Check chest corrupts as well. Exciting chest corrupts? Question mark. Okay, so that is Hexblast of Havoc. That's going to be in my top 5 for today, I think. Unless there's something that really jumps out as phenomenal. And Holy Flame Totem of Ire. Summons a totem that channels to fire a stream of flame at nearby enemies, creating consecrated ground near the totem. Now, modifiers to projectile numbers don't apply to this. 50% conversion, proj speed. I've just got to check the Holy Flame Totem base stats. Holy Flame Totem. Oh, this gets an extra projectile now. So we have effectiveness of added damage is 35%. Versus our effectiveness of added damage is 35%. Cast time is 18 versus cast time is 250 milliseconds, so 180. It's a much faster skill, and instead it doesn't get all of your extra projectiles. 128% more projectile speed. So that's going to really blast out fast. That's not what we're after. So this does not have that. Okay, so this is very much all in on a single beam here. This is going to be really, really fast sorts of, like really fast projection of damage, but it doesn't have the spread. So where do we want this? Like... Okay, you possibly use this while you're leveling, but I just think, like, it's better than Holy Flame Totem on a single target. But any sort of multi-target environment, I prefer the baseline. And it seems to be Sniper's Mark bait. Yeah, that I agree with. That's cool. So that's... a big flamethrower. It's fast. It's like almost like Scorching Ray Totem in a way. Like Scorching Ray Totem was popular for a period. It's really fallen off recently, but it's just that tightly focused beam that then rotates. It's only hitting one thing at a time. I don't think this is going to fit any real niche in the game, except if it turns out to be better on bossing than it looks. I don't think this is good for bossing. I'm willing to be proven wrong on that. It's certainly a lot better for bossing than Holy Flame Totem Base Edition is. But for trash clear and even for stuff like map bosses, I feel like too often you have other ads you got to get. So it pierces all, as people have pointed out in chat. So no fork and chain possible, but you can split it. So you can definitely use Sniper's Mark with it, I believe. Oh, hang on. Can you? No, Sniper's Mark is... Splitting is the same line as chaining, isn't it? So... You could turn off Pierce, that's correct, yeah. Is it Snakebite that does that? I think it's Snakebite. There is something that allows you to make things unable to pierce. That's not Snakebite. What's it called? The ring that used to be Snake Pit, maybe? So this is the one that's projectiles from spells cannot pierce. Projectiles always chain, always fork. Your choice. One or the other. So Snake Pit is an option. And I'm just not really sold. Like, I would have this with chain. I wouldn't have this with fork. I would have this with chain. So this means that it goes in your right ring slot. That's going to then hit a bunch of stuff. You could consider. I think you could use this with. You could use this in conjunction with Sniper's Mark then, and hit a bunch of the screen. Like, let's just put a note that this is a possibility. So split is split is first, is it? Split is before Pierce. I did a video on this years ago, but then it's like so long ago now that it's I'll just have to bring that up just to confirm all the details of it. So it's yeah, second priority preceded by split. You're right. So okay, you can use this with Sniper's Mark then. The fact that you can just use this with Sniper's Mark already makes me think that this is like, where is there fights where there's one really heavy target and a bunch of softer targets? A Manamu comes to mind. Now, you definitely don't make a build just for a Manamu, but it's an example where you would be able to just throw your Sniper's Mark on one of the targets and then have it project. Tukahama is another example where you could have your Holy Flame Totem channeling at one of the invulnerability crystals and then spreading it out. So there's a bunch of weird stuff you could do with this, but I don't think it's there. I'm going to leave myself some notes to that effect, that this is, like, this does work, but it's not anything that really jumps out. So Holy Flame Totem of Ire. This is, so sacrifices additional projectiles, extra proj for faster casting and proj speed. Does work with split from Sniper's Mark, but probably doesn't have a home. Probably does not have a home. I think that's accurate, and if I can actually get the word home spelt correctly. It's embarrassing in my notes when it says tome instead of home, but I think that is something that gets the job done and is sort of interesting. Like, but not anything great. Okay, Ice Nova of our Frostbolts. So this is going to be the current version of Ice Nova, I believe. I just want to check how this compares to right now Ice Nova, not the version that's going to exist in the new patch. Hopefully this is, yes, it is the current version of the game that it's still got. So we are 190%, 769 to 1130. 769 to 1130, so this is miles lower damage than the current version of Ice Nova. What else we got? 50% more damage with hits and ailments when cast on Frostbolt, which is, yeah, so basically it's set up in such a way that that's kind of based in there. Can expand up to 2 and has some flat damage to chilled. Can expand from up to 4. Ooh. Ooh, okay, that's the big difference. Alright, is this what Cosprey's Malice needs? Like, can expand from up to 4 Frostbolt projectiles. You then have your Ice Nova being your primary skill that's doing most of the damage. And you have you disgorge as many additional projectiles from Cosprey's Malice as you can. That would be the way to go there. Yeah, this is way better than the current version if you can make it work. So let's just have a quick think here if there's anything else. Yeah, Dermot, just answering your question about high spaces that always poison. The reason they are not mentioned in the patch notes is that they're not changing, because they're good. Those ones are good. The high spaces that are rubbish, they're getting changes. So, Cosprey's Malice, cast on Critical Strike, Ice Nova, Assassin is something that's been played a lot in the past. Maybe not necessarily as Assassin anymore, but this has... You just need to get a lot of Ice Nova projectiles around. What's the best way to do that? Probably double Cospreys, with both Cospreys having your possibly both Cospreys having your 5 projectile, well, awakened greater multiple projectiles at the high end, Frostbolt in it, and then you just set off your Ice Nova and you cast on critical strike setup. I feel like that's the way to go. If this skill would repeat when cast this way, it'll instead expand from the same projectile. Does this destroy the... Correct me if I'm wrong, this doesn't destroy the Frostbolt projectiles, does it? Am I wrong on this? So Scoot, the reason that Cospreys jumps out to me here is as a way to get a lot of Frostbolts on the screen at once. That's the key reason that I'm interested in that. Pledger Hand's Hierophant is another option there, because that's got a whole bunch of things. The key thing is, are the projectiles destroyed? Let me just have a look here. It's the same wording as we've currently got. It does currently consume the projectiles, doesn't it? It does not destroy the projectiles. Oh, wow. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, returning... The Frostbolts perhaps do return for density. It does not destroy them. Okay, that's just my memory being wrong, because I haven't played that build since Delirium, which is 3.10. That was a long time ago now. So that is going to be extremely good. Like, as long as you've got 4 Frostbolts on the screen, this is miles better than the current version of Ice Nova. This is going to do some really, really big damage, and this I think is going to be one of the chase gems. If there's a chase gem here, it's going to be this one, Ice Nova of Frostbolts. I don't know how rare it's going to be, but this is and this is going to be really expensive as level 21, because people are going to want it as level 21. I don't think they're going to care about the Val version very much. Val Ice Nova is good, it's just that it doesn't synergize with what this build is doing, so they're not going to be interested in it. So now this is 4 Frostbolts, and this is nuts. Lots of applications. This was a real powerhouse build in the past, and it's just better now than it used to be. So it has a lot less damage, but it does have this 50% more damage with hits and elements when casting a Frostbolt. So you really need to be Frostbolting it. It just does so much now. You can get more overlaps, and this is nuts. This is just phenomenal. It expands from those projectiles after a delay, but that's when you're repeating the spell. It's the same text as we've currently got, and I don't think it's an oppressively bad repeat. Alright, where are we next? Ice Nova of Deep Freeze. Cast time. Oh, actually, just before we do that, let me just check one last thing. No, there's no hidden nasties up the top. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze. Cold damage is 140% base. 50% chance to freeze. Freezes, though, doing 390% more damage. Okay, this is a very different skill to Ice Nova, and I like it a lot. This is your cast when damage taken Ice Nova. If you've got a tanky character, this now is a CWDT setup that is going to then retaliate against enemies that hit you hard, and it's going to smash them with a big freeze that's going to buy you enough time to get away. I really like this. Freezes, though, dealing 390% more damage. I don't think this is a main skill, but this is a very powerful utility. That's my first thought on that. This is just going to be like, I'm going to protect my... this is a protect yourself in an emergency skill. So in that sense, actually more like Molten Shell than a lot of other things. This is a safety button. You get swarmed, you stuff up, whatever. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze goes off and maybe freezes stuff. And yeah, so just on the damage effectiveness FS, yes, the damage effectiveness is lower than current Ice Nova. I'm comparing it to in-game Ice Nova, which is 190, but it's got that 150. It's got that 50% more damage as well. So that, like, the 50% more damage with hits and elements when cast on Frostbolt. So it actually does more damage. It's 3% more damage than the in-game version of Ice Nova, except when you fail to have a Frostbolt. So now we have, this is not a main skill, this is a utility skill, and this is a good utility skill. Ice Nova Deep Freeze, Powerhouse Utility, not main skill, but CWDT it on. And you got to find, like, it's going to be one of those things where you don't necessarily want this on a low level castle damage taken, but you may not want to go all the way to max either. I've got to try and figure that out. There's going to be a whole lot of things there. What would Holy Flame Totem of Ire do if you had Nemesis equipped? That's a good question. I think it would just, like, it's just going to hit the whole screen, isn't it? It's just going to look like projectile vomit everywhere. And then those are all I think it's just going to look mad. That's what it's going to do. It's going to be one of the brightest ways that you can deal a trivial amount of damage to everything on the screen at once. That's my first thoughts with Holy Flame Totem of Ire. It may be that the 128% more move speed allows them to allows the projectiles to go so far away that they die out as well. Would custom damage taken Ice Nova be good with Astral Projector? People usually don't use Astral Projector because they normally use Cyclone to unload it. Painseeker. Is Painseeker additive? I just want to bring up Painseeker again because it's one of those items that you see so often that you forget what it does. Inflicts non-damaging ailments as though dealing 100 to 200% more damage. It's multiplicative. Painseeker is multiplicative there with the text that's on that because it's more damage. So that's going to make it even easier to land phrases. Ice Spear of Splitting. Ice Spear of Splitting. So, one projectile, then it splits out instead. So, after splitting, so it needs to hit a target first, projectile split towards 7 targets, and then the second form is... Oh, and it can split upon hitting terrain. Now, the second form has more projectile speed. So it doesn't have the additional crit that Ice Spear normally gets in second form. 330% base damage, and this might just be something really worth a look. Let's check out Ice Spear as it currently is in the game. This is getting used quite a bit. This is a good gem. 130% effectiveness of added damage, and then it gets all this extra crit bonuses after it goes through. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is crazy. Like, Ice Spear of Splitting is looking phenomenal. So, you either hit, or you stuff up and you hit terrain. Then it's going to split towards 7 targets, and it's going to deal devastating damage to everything. This just has, like, the base damage on this is so high. So high, that this just screams out that this is, this is incredible. Does everyone just... Am I wrong on this? Like, you're only firing one base projectile, but then you're hitting an additional 7 targets, which is quite a lot. Well, I guess the weakness is you're only hitting 8 targets per cast. But then you can... Oh no, it pierces. It continues to pierce as well. So... That's really interesting. The green text says that pierces through enemies. The blue text does not mention the pierce. Yeah, this is not a heavy critical strike skill the way that Ice Spear is. This is just like... This is like Arc of Branching, but with much better numbers. Much better numbers. And... This, like... I think this is really good, honestly. You aren't going to be able to overcome one base projectile, I don't think. And that's, yeah, because modifiers to number of projectiles instead apply to the number of targets the projectile splits towards. I guess you can overcome that by using this from proxies. But hear me out on this. How does this work? How do you think this feels as a mind skill? Where against a single target, you're going to be able to pop off more than a dozen mines at once. against a pack of targets, you're going to hit a few targets with the first release of mines, and then the additional targets are just going to get melted by all of the extra projectiles bouncing around. I feel like this is kind of crazy. If this defaults to piercing, then it's not going to achieve anything. Like, if it's 100% pierce, it says that it pierces through enemies in the green text. I'm assuming that is piercing without limit. So unless you're using Snake Pit, this is going to this is not going to chain. I feel like this is at its weakest in a dense map, and it's at its strongest against single targets, or no, actually in multi-boss target fights. Returning projectiles makes sense on this, yeah. Returning projectiles makes a lot of sense. And you're right, it does feel like Exsanguinate Mines. What's the numbers on Exsanguinate Mines again? Oh, and Exsanguinate again? Exsanguinate's numbers are 270%. So this is just... This feels like it's Exsanguinate, but with 2 bonus gem levels on it, because it's dealing more damage. Like, this is like really, really nuts. So yeah, Split is before Pierce, Andy. We clarified that because I'd researched that a while ago, made a video on it, and then I'd forgotten all of the intricacies of it. But it is Split goes first, then Pierce, then Fork, then Chain, and then Return. Yeah, you can scale Herald of Ice for clear. Like, just the numbers on this are so good. Nimbus would be terrible with this, yeah. You don't want this with Nimbus. You might use Returning Projectile support, maybe, but you definitely don't use Nimbus. You want that first one to hit. One concern I've got, how long does it take for your Ice Spear to hit the first enemy? That might be the weakness on this, but this is really, really intriguing. Yeah, you could use this with traps as well. So there's just so much on this. The other thing is, like, AP Frenchie's mentioning there that it's cold damage, and therefore you can scale. You can use this with Herald of Ice for clear. Also, just Herald of Ice is one of the most satisfying gems in the game to use. I feel like Ice Spear of Splitting, like, Ice Spear is a serviceable starting gem, and Ice Spear of Splitting is just such a monstrous upgrade when you get it, that I feel like this is a really, really solid starter choice. You won't be in a good position to do heavy damage until you get the Transfigured version, but I don't get the sense that Transfigured versions are going to be giga rare. Level 21 version, yes, that's going to be harder to get, but just getting a level 20 Ice Spear, I don't think is going to be that hard. Of Splitting is going to be that hard. Mana may be problematic. That's what Eldritch Battery is for, Vixel. I agree. Like, 23 mana is not a small amount. What's the mana cost of Ice Spear currently? No, it is the same as it currently is. And you're not going to be using it with Greater Multiple Projectiles, which is one of the most mana-intensive things in the world. So Nuclear Penguin's asking the question, how rare are these going to be? So when we complete the Labyrinth, it looks like there is a guaranteed craft that you get that is swap a gem for swap a skill gem for a transfigured gem of the same color. That seems to be guaranteed. Then there is an RNG chance to get swap a gem for a transfigured version of that same gem. I'm working under the assumption that that ladder craft is going to be quite rare in the first 3 labs, uncommon in the 4th lab, and common in the 5th labs. I am not sure that I'm right. Then on top of that, you're going to have other crafting options, like add 16% to the quality of a gem, which had a Roman numeral IV next to it, which makes me think that it cannot appear until the 4th lab. There's also some that are 5th lab only, I think, if assuming that interpretation of the Roman numerals is correct. So You're saying that the single target on this is worse than current Ice Spear? Let's just have a look. Like, the base damage... Like, yeah, okay, you've got your crit... You got your crit chance, and, like, you're critting a lot of the time with the base version. But, like, every hit on Ice Spear of Splitting is a crit. Until, like, quite late, like a lot of crit multi is scaling. And by the time you got that level of crit multi, you're going to be critting a bunch with Ice Spear of Splitting anyway. This is a different skill. Will you be able to craft corrupted gems? I think the answer is no. So Ice Spear's shotgunning is a factor. Like, it defaults to 2 projectiles and then additional project. Yeah. There's a point losing the like the shotgunning is a big part of it, and they are sequential. I was forgetting that they were sequential. Yeah, that's a good point. I was forgetting just how good Ice Spear's projectile scaling was. I was forgetting that they fire sequentially. That it was basically a barrage. Maybe I'm overhyping this one. It's still like, it still has really good damage. Like, just hitting a lot. Like, it's hitting a lot of the screen. It's got the option of being used with Ignite as well. In fact, this might be the best Ignite, like the best arc-like Ignite skill. And yeah, they are straight up different skills. Anyways, there's a lot of thinking on this one. Ice Spear of Splitting. I might just put a note here. Ice Spear of Splitting. Numbers look amazing, but maybe deceiving. Maybe deceiving because the base gem is a barrage. Maybe great with an Ignite. And you also can do that on a lot of builds too. You can Ignite with Ice Spear of Splitting on a lot of builds. So, it's definitely got a lot of benefits to it. It is a strong gem. It is still better than Exsanguinate Mines. Yeah, I agree with that. Better Exsanguinate Mines. Except for the fact that you've got to have mana. So, like, it's different in terms of what you've got to pay to use it. But it's something that is definitely something interesting, at least. Okay, that was something that we started out super hyped about, then it fell down a little bit. Icicle Mine of Fanning. We discussed this in one of the daily videos. This is a high damage shorts, like this is like a local arc. So Icicle Mine proper is going to hit in a Nova, and Icicle Mine of Fanning is tightly packed and is going to do more damage as a result of hitting less of the screen. It does look pretty strong, but the one that is most interesting, because it's the one that everyone that has seen this and hasn't played with the similar mods in Crucible thought was trash, is Icicle Mine of Sabotage. Icicle Mine of Sabotage by the numbers looks terrible. 2.5 the normal reservation, and the damage numbers are lower. The key thing is that it's got each mine applies 40% crit strike chance to hits against enemies near it, up to a maximum of 500%. This is 10% on the other ones. So essentially, an Icicle Mine of Sabotage counts as 4 mines for the purposes of inflicting this debuff on enemies. And this is something that was really, really strong in Deep Delve in recent times, where people would Deep Delve and they would drop down the Crucible enhanced version of Pyroclast Mine particularly. Pyroclast Mine was the best one, and you could just drop a whole bunch of the Pyroclast Mines on the ground and get a Giga Aura effect that would apply to your hits against enemies near you. Now, Icicle Mine is going to do that, but on a critical strike. This is going to augment your critical strike chance a lot against those enemies. And 500% is a hard cap, so no matter what aura effect you've got, let's say that you've got 30% aura effect on these, so they're 52% each. If you've got 9 auras, then you're going to get your 468%. If you've got 10 auras, you're going to get 500%. If you've got 17 auras, you're still going to get 500%. That said, this is just a way to get a lot of that buff stacked up quickly. That's the benefit of Icicle Mine of Sabotage, because it's one of those questions that's been asked a lot. It's not self-sabotage to use it, but it is a way to convert some of your extra reservation efficiency into increased into a debuff that makes monsters more susceptible to critical strikes. You could think of this as being not too different to inflicting brittle on an enemy. So that's the use there. And yeah, you're definitely... what I'm more excited on is not Icicle Mine of Sabotage. It is the potential for Pyroclast Mine of Sabotage. That one needs to be looked into, because it could be one of the best ever 1-link or 2-link things that you could get for debuffing enemies. So we definitely want to have a look. Is there a Pyroclast Mine of Sabotage? And if so, I think you can use it really effectively in those stupid boots, March of the Legion. And that might be on a lot of builds. Infernal Blow of Immolation is next. In fact, let me just put some quick notes down about those Icicle Mines, and then get back to where we were. So, Icicle Mines, discussed earlier. There was some hype from some people about the Icicle Mine of Fanning. People thought that might be a quite good general purpose skill. I'm not sure I'm sold on 5 projectiles. It's like, maybe it's just my dislike of projectile mines that I'm not sold on it, but I'm definitely not convinced that it's not good. Infernal Blow of Immolation. So, attacks with your weapon, applying a charge debuff to you the first time you hit an enemy with this skill. Upon reaching 6 charges or charges expiring, charged debuff is removed to damage nearby enemies. Requires various weapons. Adds fire damage, 60% conversion. Debuff deals 90% of damage per charge. I need to compare that to current Infernal Blow. So, Infernal Blow is... enemies with either debuff... So, you only get the benefit if you get up to 6 charges on it. In exchange for that, 166% base damage is still the same. And we have... added fire damage is the same. Explosion component is not present. Debuff deals 90% of damage per charge instead of 76. Okay, so it's going all in on one aspect of the skill. I don't like this. This is more single target damage, but Infernal Blow's unique strength was the explosions, I think. Debuff on you. So sorry, let me just have a quick look here. So it's oh, charge debuff to you. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was misreading this. So it's applied charge debuff to enemies. This is applying it to you, so the explosion comes from you instead. And there's no clarification. Oh, the debuff applies... Oh, that's interesting. So, this is like... You hit the monster 6 times, and then the 6th time you hit it, it goes kind of boom. This is... Upon the first time you hit an enemy with this skill... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. It's on... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the first time you hit an enemy with this skill. So you apply the skill. It's not the first time you hit it ever. It's the first time you hit it with this application of the skill. So multi-strike. It's like if you hit multiple targets, you're only going to get one. So each 6th swing, every 6th swing is going to make you go boom. And the explosion's pretty small. So where I think this shines is basically against rare monsters that take 6 hits to kill. Like, well, maybe 8 hits to kill. You'll charge up a bunch. and then you can set it off. And it's going to feel really bad when you cull an enemy with that. But, like, because it's going to take a while to charge this up. It is a strike skill, so it's not the slowest thing in the world. Yeah, that's sort of... I think it's... I do think it is six different uses of the skill will work. Royal NZ asking, why does the shirt not change in the lives like in my recorded videos? That's one of those awkward things about editing. I can stick on a jumper. In fact, I'm almost tempted to do so. It is cold at the moment. But, yeah, I think that this is a... I feel like this is interesting. Debuff deals 90% of damage per charge. Like, it's a lot. Like, how are you going to use this? It's like you're going to have a... Against bosses, it is a sizable chunk of extra damage on bosses. I feel like that's all it is. It's just like you're going to get this to go off unpredictably. The radius isn't that big, so the radius when it does go off is just going to be a bonus. It's not going to be central to your clear. But when you're fighting a tougher monster, it's going to be a substantial bonus to damage. So you could think of this as just... This is like using Ruthless Support. Yeah, this is like using Ruthless Support here, I think. I am genuinely not sold on this, but it has something that it does that's useful. Infernal Blow of Immolation. I think the key thing is, how good is Infernal Blow at bossing? And is this the difference that Infernal Blow needs in order to be a solid bosser? So occasional explosions every 6 times you hit. Point blank AoE on you. Well, that's the whole point of a point blank AoE, isn't it? That it's on you. Can the debuff ignite? That's a good question. I see no reason why it can't, because the ignite chance things that are available on the passive tree and the like generally aren't things that aren't able to ignite. The thing is that you've got to build up ignite chance to do that. That could be a pretty scary ignite then. Maybe that's its use. So investigate ignite. Investigate ignite possibility is going to get mentioned as a little comment here. All these comments that I'm writing up here, I've got to clean them up after the stream ends, and I'll put them in the description of this video once that's done. That's not going to be instant though. But yeah, it should be able to ignite. That's my thought. And like Scoot is saying, losing the chaining explosions would be a sad trade-off. I am definitely not sold on this gem, but who knows? Maybe it's alright. Lancing Steel of Spraying. So this is hits on after the first on each enemy, deal 90% less damage. The numbers on this look really low, don't they? So it's added attack physical damage. Fires 12 projectiles. Thrust an axe or sword forward to form a cluster of shards in front of you. The cluster will fire a number of projectiles in sequence, aiming at enemies in front of or close to it. So all of the steel skills are getting changed substantially, I believe, in these patch notes. We're just going to have a quick look-see. Thrust a sword forward to form a cluster of shards in front of you. It will then fire a bunch of projectiles in sequence, aiming at enemies in close or front to it. There's a lot of damage if there's only one enemy. Oh my god, Siddharth has just noticed something. Hits after the first on each enemy deal 90% less damage. That does not seem to affect ailments, does it? Oh, hang on, no, it's 90% less damage, Siddharth. The phrase is deal 90% less damage, so that is going to apply to the ailments dealt as well. That's my understanding on it. Okay, if you hit the same target 12 times, because there's only one target present, the damage effectiveness on this is going to be effectively, it's going to be 442%, I believe. That's a lot of damage for an 80% attack speed skill. A lot of it's small. I don't think this is built for Ignite, the way that Jonathan's saying there, that because the first hit's going to deal 220% base damage, but then the subsequent ones are going to just deal a trickle, which doesn't really matter. All the Steel Shard mechanics have been reworked, and they don't really apply. But yeah, it's 90% less total damage after the first hit. So essentially, this is a clear skill. When you're in a clear scenario, this is dealing full damage to 12 targets. When you're in a single target scenario, this is dealing 210% damage to one target. When you're in a two target scenario, it's dealing like 150% damage to each target. There's some potential here. It's an attack projectile physical. I think the key thing is just going to be what its damage projection feels like. I just want to see what's going on here. But yeah. So this is like not jumping out at me as spectacular. Someone's pointing out that, yeah, it has an interesting synergy with Impale, where when you inflict one big Impale on an enemy, like if your first hit impales, then all of the Impale goodness from that is then going to get used up over the next few hits. So that's going to mean that it will speed up the application of that Impale damage. You're going to deal the same amount of damage, but it's going to be faster, and that's better than being slower. So it has a few things going for it. And it's like the whole idea of being able to hit targets, like of being able to concentrate your, like have the same skill that's dealing damage to multiple targets and then dealing damage to single targets is good. So this is very much a consolidation. It's interesting that Jim in chat is saying that GGG doesn't want people using the same skill for clearing and bossing. I think this is a classic example of a skill that does both. This is a skill that when you're clearing, it's hitting 12 targets for full damage. When you're bossing, it's dealing more than double that full damage to that single boss. So this is looking like it's got a bunch going for it. Mana on hit is an interesting thing here too that's just come up in chat. This is going to be really good with any sort of recover. You recover resources when you hit an enemy, because you're going to get 12 hits at that point. So that's definitely getting a quick note made to it. Lancing Steel of Spraying. Hybrid skill for bossing. And trash clear. Does really heavy damage. Does adequate damage. Adequate single target or solid multi-target. Does not work with poison well. Does not scale super well with poison. Scales recovery hard. E.g. claws. Claw implicit. Oh no, it's not a. You can't use it with that. So not e.g. things like claw implicits, but note weapon restrictions. Weapon restrictions. No claws. Yeah, it's got to be an axe or a sword. So you can't do that. Yeah. Cast on crit is an interesting... Yeah. Cast on crit, this is going to live or die based upon how critical strikes are calculated. I would expect that this is like that either everything crits or nothing does. But I'm not absolutely certain that that's right. Okay, so let's just jump back to the next gem that we've got, which is going to be Leap Slam of Groundbreaking. Scoot just noticed that Lancing Steel has been transformed. It's no longer the same skill. Oh yeah, please compare it with the normal version. Alright, let's just quickly go through this. So, Lancing Steel. So Lancing Steel is 5 projectiles and is 106%, and hits after the first on each enemy, deals 60% less damage. So this is worse if you're hitting one target. It does still have the Steel Shard shenanigans going on. So if you had... how many Steel Shards does this... You can consume up to 4, so you can conceivably get plus 15 projectiles. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so Lancing Steel does still have that. I thought they were removing that from a lot of them. So... Yeah, that's true. That the Lancing Steel, if you've got shards, the thing is that your shards, you run out of shards really quickly when you're using those skills. So this is basically no steel shards. Yeah. So it's, people are calling that quality of life. I think it is that there is a hard limit on how many times you can use Lancing Steel shards in a short period, because the cooldown on Call of Steel is not insignificant. So you've got 12 shards available to you, and you can only replenish them, I think, every couple of seconds or so. So, yeah, they're going to have different strengths. Honestly, the new version is better with a fast attacking... if you're using a fast attacking weapon. A slow attacking weapon, I think you prefer the old one. Yeah, Lancing Steel is better than it was. That's actually something that's worth noting. It may be a good gem now in general. Leap Slam of Groundbreaking. This feels like it's a much higher damage. Short distance through the air. Damaging and knocking back enemies where you land. Enemies that you would land on are pushed out of the way. Require certain weapons, so cannot be used unarmed. And cannot be supported with multi-strike. So this is basically doing a lot of damage, but sacrificing most of the movement aspect of the skill, I believe. Leap Slam. So we have 150% base damage, and we have 79% stun duration, 550 milliseconds. This does not use the word short distance. So... The word short distance jumps out at me as something that's important to note here. So it's slow attack, and it's massively more damage, but it's a totally different skill. This is I don't want my Leap Slam to be a movement skill. This is I want my Leap Slam to be an attack skill that just happens to have a small movement component in it. It does not have the 550 millisecond attack time on it. It's a good point, but it's also a short distance. So I guess we've got to see what short distance through the air means. That's going to be the key thing. Yeah, you're right. It should be faster overall. So this is like Leap Hop. You've got Leap Slam. Yeah, so you've got Leap Slam, and this is Hop Slam, except this is Hop Big Donk Slam rather than Leap Tickle. Very, very different skill. Very, very different skill. But this. I can't judge this until we play it. Really, I can't judge this until it's played. I've got to just make that note. Breaking. I can't judge. Don't know what a short distance is. A short distance is. Attack time actually faster. And also of note, the attack time is more sensitive to your weapon here. Guile, to answer your question, because I'm assuming a lot of other people are wondering this as well, when you complete any of the labyrinths, you will get crafts that can make these gems. You'll always get the ability to turn a random red gem into a random red gem, or blue or green, your choice. But getting one that keeps the base gem the same is going to be rarer. And that'll work in any lab, and I assume that the better crafts will be available more frequently in the higher labs. So guaranteed stun as... Yeah, damaging hits always stun enemies on full life. I think that's on base Leap Slam as well, isn't it? It's one of the things that people use with... yeah, it is. It's something that I have used in the past with Endurance Charge on melee stun. because that's something that can give you a whole bunch of endurance charges on a lot of builds. Hop Slam versus Leap Tickle. And Moroi Urki is actually a really rare item now. Just FYI, souls. Don't count on getting that item. If there's any popularity to it, it'll be really expensive. Thank you for the heads up that item filter information is out. We'll have a look at that at the end of going through these gems. The main reason we want to look at that is that it'll have all the information on map tiers. So do you want to give us some spoilers, Clockwork? What map tier is Cage Map this league, and what map tier is Burial Chambers? If you want to give us some spoilers. But until then, yeah, we could use Leap Slam totems as well, like Leap Slam of Groundbreaking totems. I'll put a note to that. Totems question mark as a little comment there that we'll have a look at there. But yeah, you should be able to make hoppy little totems there with that. That's something that you should be able to do with Leap Slam there. I like Rakiara's comment there that it's a meme second build. Okay, Cage is tier 13. Chains That Bind is going to be control blocks if you want to get it. At least this is a league mechanic that's going to be favourable to it. But that's going to be the best way to farm an early 6-link in the game. That's going to be really unfortunate. Burial Chambers tier 11 is, again, Burial Chambers is going to be great this league. What about the Apothecary maps? What tier are the Apothecary maps baseline? They're actually a bit of a trap if they're below tier 8 because you need Void Stones in order to get Apothecary drops. The Apothecary Divination card is drop restricted level 75 plus. So normal monsters can only drop it if it's tier 8 or above. Magic monsters tier 7 and the rare monsters in tier 6. Henrik, the reason I say Cage Map is because it drops Chains That Bind, which is the most common of the 6-link divination cards by far. Ever since they nerfed the drop rate of Humility, Humility has become a complete trap to farm, and nowadays I actually would say you probably want to farm a 6-link in control blocks if you aren't confident in getting to red maps without one. Yeah, Crimson Township is... Well, Crimson Township you can't do until you've got 2 Void Stones then. At least, yeah, you can't get an Apothecary drop there. No, you can't at all, because it'll be tier 5 on +1. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. Now, Lightning Conduit is something that... Oh! Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. No interaction with shock here. That damage is 270%. I'm... 4-meter radius. Hits up to 16 enemies. That's huge, isn't it? Like, 270% damage is not amazing, but it's decent. And 4-meter radius is huge. This is like crazy. I agree you can get a bunch of 6-link incubators if you do Legion early, but it's often hard to do Legion without having a 6-link. Legion's one of those mechanics that requires a bit of damage. Okay, Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. This looks amazing. No interaction with shock. This is just a totally different skill, but it just hits so much of the screen. It's cast on critical strike. Like, this is one of those really good things to trigger with cast on crit or whatever. It is only 16 enemies, that is correct, and that is a big deal. The thing is, though, that if you've got weak enemies, those weak enemies aren't going to be present for your next Lightning Conduit. They'll be there for the first one, they won't be present for the second. There are times that this will not be enough. I kind of feel like if you're wanting to go cast on critical strike with this, like, you could use this in conjunction with other... cast on critical strike payloads as well. Like, you maybe have Arc of Branching and Lightning Conduit of the Heavens together. But yeah, this feels like it's a really solid setup. Again, yeah, no spell cascade is allowed. So no awaken spell cascade on this. And there's just... This is looking really solid. Totems is an option, yeah. Totems would... Actually, I like totems on this. The reason I like totems on this is that your totems, like, they do individually smaller hits. So if you drop down a few totems that are casting this, then the first totem that strikes is going to deal with a lot of the weak trash, and then the second totem is then going to be able to hit the more resilient targets again. So that's the other key thing. Trolley, yeah, the huge AoE, totem friendly, decent damage, not extraordinary. And I feel like this is if you have a plan for getting by until you get Lightning Conduit of the Heavens, which I'm hoping you'll be able to get by the in trade, I'm hoping you'll be able to get this by, say, Act 8. But even if you can't get it by Act 8, certainly by the time you're doing Tier 8 maps, you should be able to get this gem. Not necessarily at a good level or quality, but if you're able to get this, I think that this is something that could be quite good to play as a Totem League starter. You'd have a plan until that point. Your plan until that point might be just stay with Holy Flame Totem until you've got it. They'd have a reasonably similar passive tree. The sections that don't work for both, you could just respec out of. So the other thing would be this is a good mind skill as well. I feel this is a good mind skill. Again, mind because it just hits so many different targets. Yeah, this is just cool. I like this a lot. And yeah, like you say, I'm crazy. There's a lot of other lightning gems to use in the meantime. You could just go arc totems. You could do a whole bunch of other things. Crack Lance on a totem. No, Crack Lance doesn't work very well. Only the alt quality Crack Lances work well on it. Lightning Spire, Trap of Zapping. This does not appear to have its cooldown. Base duration is 1 second, but this is transformative. This has no cooldown, so it is basically just not the same as Lightning Spire Trap at all. Instead, it's going to the trap lasts 4 seconds. It strikes every 400 milliseconds for 1 second. Here's a big question. Does that strike at 0, 400, and 800 milliseconds, or does it strike at 400 and 800? I think that's 400 and 800, and that you want to scale duration if you're using this, because this is a very short trap. But I feel like this is cool. I wasn't sold on it, but I'm definitely not going to get everything right on a first glance. So Lightning Spire Trap just feels like, and it's got chance for the trap to trigger an additional time, which is probably the quality stat. Strikes 2 areas. Oh, okay, I follow you. I can't give a verdict on this. This is one that has to be played with to be experienced. Lightning Spire Trap of Zapping. Requires playtesting. Testing. Note, not a cooldown trap. The reason I noticed that's not a cooldown trap, I might have been going, why on earth is this so weak? But the reason that I noticed it is because I got that wrong with Trap of Greatswords yesterday. Oh, did this stream just play up for a bit? Okay, alright, hopefully that's, we just had some stream issues then. Anyways, that's all, always a bit crazy there, but fortunately, yeah, we're on track again. That's, I don't know what caused that. That must have been some technical issues at my end that were not clear. Unless YouTube had a little bit of a glitch, that can happen too. If it gives you more areas with hit with quality, it could be extremely good. Yeah, I agree with that. That could be very, very powerful quality effect if they get it right. We shall see on that. Okay, so next we have Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading, and this goes all in. Oh my god, this is so different. This is a 1 charge cooldown trap. None of this save up 3 of me. This is a drop 1. This is a 10-second cooldown. So this is really, really, really crazy here. 100% critical strike chance, decent effectiveness of added damage. So this is going all in on the concept of being a big cooldown trap. I am liking the looks of this a lot. This is very, very different. This cannot be used to clear. You can sort of use Lightning Spire Trap Classic version to clear. You cannot use Overloading to clear at all. This is going to be something that you only drop when you need a lot of extra damage. But always crit is amazing, especially on something that shocks. And I'm kind of curious, like, this strikes every second for 3 and a bit seconds. This is then going to reapply shocks that you could then consume for Lightning Conduit. You could get an extra cooldown use with the Trap cooldown recovery wheel. That's a good point. And I am absolutely in agreement with what Obu is saying. Obu's comment is, I love the overall idea between the two alternate Lightning Spires, unsure of the numbers. I just hope they give Flamethrower and Seismic similar treatments. I really want them to get Flamethrower Trap right. Flamethrower Trap is one of those things that I just love the aesthetic of. I love the idea, and it just isn't quite there. Second wind support could be used. I think the cooldown recovery wheel. I think you probably actually use a cooldown recovery anointment, possibly. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do there. You could get a lot of uptime on this Nino by scaling increased duration, like you say. The problem is that you are probably moving a lot. Like if you scale cooldown recovery and you scale the duration of this trap, then yeah, you can get a whole bunch of overloading Lightning Spire traps at the same time. But in mapping, at least, that's not going to really help you. This is going to see use on a bunch of builds that aren't trappers, because this is something you can throw down to inflict a shock because it always crits, or potentially to inflict a sap if that's if you're set up for that instead. And this is going to be really solid. Like on lightning spellcaster builds, you're going to throw this in just to get shocks every now and again, especially if you're consuming those shocks with things like lightning conduit. So yeah, Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading is definitely getting a quick mention as one of the more exciting ones. All in on cooldown. 10-second one use. Probably want +1 from tree. Always crits, always shocks. When I say always shocks there, monsters' resistances and immunities can overwrite that, but broadly speaking, it's always going to shock. So that's really, really solid. Overcharge and crit multi-support are definitely good options there as well. So that's another point. Cardia raises that this could be very good with Ultimatum, just as a way to make the battlefield hostile for enemies and to instantly slay weak enemies that spawn into it. That can be a quite strong effect to just have to lay out things that kill the genuine trash monsters the instant they spawn. So that's another use for this. You could use it in a whole bunch of other circumstances, but I do think this is one of those really interesting gems, even though it's not necessarily something that will always make the cut on builds. Definitely needs to playtest with it, and definitely this will be something that people will use as a bonus damage boost on bosses. Lightning Strike of Arcing. People were really singing the praises of this before, so I want to have a look at this. Views your melee weapons with electrical energies as you swing. In addition to converting some of your fizz damage to lightning, the stored energy is released from the weapon as a projectile as you strike, flying out to hit farther away enemies and chain between them. Projectile cannot miss if the melee strike hits a target. 50% conversion, flat damage, 10% more damage per chain, and chains 9 times. Now, something very important there. This flies out to hit further away enemies and chain between them. I am assuming this means that it might have some target selection that biases towards enemies that are a good way away from you. That's significant. Lightning Strike here is... okay, so we're back to firing 4 projectiles on this normally. So this is not firing 4 projectiles. This is 225% base damage and 50% conversion we have here Lightning Strike of Arcing is less base damage, only fires one projectile, but it's going to sing and dance around. This is going to clear like a dream, and it's going to boss worse than baseline Lightning Strike. This is not going to work particularly. It's not per remaining chain, it's per chain consumed, I believe. So that's my interpretation of this here. And it's going to be like, yeah, this is an attack version of Arc. I like that. I do like that idea. Yeah, that could have good synergy with Fire Shot. That's a good point. It does not have more damage than base Lightning Strike, I don't believe, Siddharth. Just having a look at this here. So baseline Lightning Strike has 225% effectiveness of added damage. This version, Lightning Strike of Arcing, has 200%. 10% more damage per chain, I believe, is per chain consumed. At least that's the way that I read this. So you believe it's per max chain, not per chain consumed. If your interpretation is correct, then this gem is nuts. Like, if your interpretation is right, then this gem is just bonkers. Off the charts. Yeah, as I said, my reading of that is that it's Arc says per remaining chain. I read this as being 10% more damage after. So you deal 100% base damage. You strike an enemy, it chains, it then deals 110 on the next one, then deals 120, then 130, 140, 150, and so on up to 190. That's my initial thoughts there. How does this work with additional projectiles? I kind of feel like you don't want to greater multiple projectiles this BRW. I feel like you want to use this with attacks have additional projectiles from various sources, which there's a few of around. How does chain work with returning projectiles? Nate Doggy is asking. All the chains are consumed first, and then after all of them are consumed, then it returns. You do not want to use returning projectile support with Lightning Strike of Arcing. So yeah, if it is per chain that's being consumed, I think this is marginal. If it is total chains, as some people are interpreting it, then this is unbelievably good. It's just tremendous damage, and we will see the exact wording is what's needed. I'm just going to write down a note to myself there that requires clarification on wording. Lightning Strike of Arcing. Wording clarification required. Because there's a bunch of things on that are just that could be interpreted in different ways, and I'm not going to authoritatively state that it's one or the other because we don't yet know. That's a good point Bun Bun makes, that it is worded differently on damage with hits and ailments per time they have chained. So that is potentially very good. So as I say, I'm going to seek clarification on that, because you are right. Based on that precedent, Siddharth's wording interpretation is probably correct. But I just don't think that feels like the intent of this gem. If it is the case, though, that this is just a flat 10% more damage per chain, so 90% more damage, with no concern of whether those chains ever get consumed, then this is a phenomenal gem, if that's the case. This is going to be better than Lightning Strike was at its best. This will be Melee League, if that's the case. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity is next. So we have 230 millisecond cast time, pretty typical looking crit stuff, and 60% effectiveness of added damage. Now, when you channel, it releases pulses of electrical energy, dealing lightning damage in a semicircular area in front of you. 0.7 meters to radius increase, 40% crit multi, 1 in 6 pulses is stronger and always crits. Base radius 2.4, so that's 3.1. Stronger pulses have more area of effect and deal 500% more damage with hits and ailments. Okay, what is baseline Lightning Tendrils looking like? I think it's every third that it's Giga Strike, isn't it? Stronger pulses always crit. 130% effect of added damage baseline. So you are then going for 60%, but every sixth one is a Gigapulse, which is an always crit for 420. This feels like it's less damage typically, but this is less damage, but Merrilyn's Fallacy. The Merrilyn's Fallacy, if you want to hit, and this also does pretty severe damage for Ignite. Although, actually, with Ignite, like it's critting. Crit's difficult to scale with Ignite. It's not impossible, but it's difficult. There's only a 420% effectiveness of added damage on the... Sorry, 360%. There's only a Fireball. The Gigapulse is only a Fireball, except it's a Fireball that always crits and has 40% crit multi. So that's the amount of damage it's doing. I think this is like eccentric, but this is a Merrilyn's Fallacy item. This is definitely for crit scaling rather than anything else. Lightning Tendrils totems is a good point. Yeah, you don't want to stand still for that long, but this is like really, really strong. This is a channeling thing, so this is not going to work with Cast on Critical Strike, Devon. This is a channeling skill rather than a hit-based skill. I think this is going to be one where it's pretty bad for most uses, but the Merrilyn's Fallacy setup definitely works. So let's just put a note to that effect. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity. All in on Merrilyn's Fallacy. Crit. Maybe totems. That's my thoughts on that one so far. It's not jumping out at me as something spectacular, but it does do something interesting. Of note with the critical tag, and I assume that Lightning Tendrils has it as well, unfortunately the critical mastery is support gems only. Would you cast when channeling this? I kind of feel like I'm not sold on cast when channeling this. I feel like you would use normal Lightning Tendrils as your delivery mechanism if you wanted to cast when channeling here, because it's kind of punishing to have to build up 6 charges to get any value out of this. I really feel like this is a totem thing here. Yeah, so the Lightning Tendrils of Escalation gains +1 meter per radius to radius per second while channeling, up to a maximum of 2 meters. So it gains that instead of every third one being bigger. So this hits a larger radius. This loses the critical stuff. This loses all the critical interactions, and it does a bunch of it does a bunch of damage. This is if you just want to. This is if you want to play non-crit Lightning Tendrils for some reason. Then this is here for you. If you are one of those rare people that genuinely enjoys using Lightning Tendrils, and you also are one of those rare people that don't enjoy using critical strikes, this Venn diagram has 2 very small circles with a small intersection, and that small intersection is Lightning Tendrils of Escalation. That's basically my thoughts there. This is not something that I think many people are going to want, but it is there, and it is a new build option. So this is non-crit in exchange for more damage and AoE. I'm not sold at all on that gem, though. It's this will be someone's favourite gem, but that someone is definitely not me. Question on the last gem was the stronger pulses. Yeah, stronger pulses deal more damage and ailments, but they do not shock as though they're dealing 500%. So that means the 500% more damage with ailments is if you were to make your fire damage ignite, or if you were to make your fire damage ignite, make your lightning damage ignite, or make your damage poison somehow, which there are ways of doing. This isn't going to let... Unfortunately, the Lightning Tendrils of Escalation is not going to let you cover the whole screen because it is capped at plus 2 meters. So it's 2.4 meters base radius, 3.3 at high gem level, and then you can only just get plus 2 meters on it. So it's not all that great in that aspect. Like it does do something, but it's not anything to write home about. It's just something that's functional. Okay, Mirror Arrow of Bombarding Clones. This is the I actually don't want to blink version of Blink Arrow, so I don't want to move somewhere else. I just want to precisely locate it. We kind of discussed this in yesterday's video, yesterday's live stream, sorry, for Transfigured Gems Part 1, and that's when we were discussing the Blink Arrow versions of these. The problem here is that we just don't know. For the one I'm excited by, which is Prismatic Clones, we do not know what the gem level of elemental hit is. I have submitted this as an FAQ question, so fingers crossed that we'll have that information in a sec, but we don't have that yet. Yeah, Devin just mentioned that there's something that's really nice here is that the gems are different colors from the base gems. So let's just clarify this stuff that's come up in chat with the Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity Gigapulses. So stronger pulses deal 500% more damage with hits and ailments. The question was, how does this interact with shock? So they will deal 500% more damage, and that means they will deal a bigger shock, but there was some thought that people had that this might result in also getting a bigger shock again. So if you hit for 50 damage with this, then this is going to shock as though it dealt 300 damage because it is dealing 300 damage. But there are some lightning gems that also have text that says, in some certain circumstances, this skill shocks as though it deals 400% more damage or something like that. You're not going to get any additional bonus on top of that. The shock is going to be commensurate with the damage you've dealt, not any bonus over and above the damage you've dealt. So that's the two mirror arrows, and now we come to the last one, which is Molten Strike of the Zenith, which is something that people were excited about before. Let's just have a quick look there. If they just said something, Zanzibar, I haven't seen it yet. I will check because I did submit an FAQ, but it wasn't there when I started this stream. Okay, so Molten Strike of the Zenith is going to be infuses your two-handed melee weapon with molten energies to attack with physical and fire damage. This attack causes balls of molten magma to launch forth from the enemies you hit, divided amongst all enemies hit by the strike. This will deal area attack damage to enemies where they land. Every 5th time you attack, it deals more high damage projectiles. So that sounds like it could be the key difference there. Let's just bring up Molten Strike. So this is going to be basically the same wording. And this is 185% base damage, adds some fire damage, deals 4 projectiles, 60% conversion. How are we looking at here? This is 3 projectiles instead of 4. It's 130% effectiveness of added damage, and it's slower. And then every 5th attack fires 5 additional projectiles that deal 1,000% more damage. Holy, that is crazy. So, every 5th time you attack with this skill is not really synergizable with Ruthless Support. This is one that we'll come up on in a sec. I'll address that stuff in a sec, Zanzibar. Unfortunately, I can't have links or images in chat because of security issues. Like the amount of spam that gets blocked by that is just off the charts. Even when my streams only have 100 people in them, when you got 1,500, the number of bots that would join is just horrifying. So, 1,000% more damage with hits and with ailments. That is screaming. Oh my god, that is a huge ignite. Like, if you are actually firing these projectiles, and like, is this right? Is this a typo, or is 1,000 intended on this? Like, this is going to be igniting at 1430% of base damage. That's crazy. absolutely crazy. This is like, has there ever been anything that's ignited that hard before? I'm just going to have a quick... I've got to really look at this thing. It's, yeah. That's like really, really bonkers. And yeah, every 15 attacks could be a Ruthless hit, but I am thinking this is like amazing for Ignite. You need to have some sort of auto-cursing and use the thing that refreshes curses upon... that refreshes ignites and other ailments upon critting something. But that's just horrifyingly big damage. Really need to check that out. So I missed a line, did I? Projectiles deal 50% less damage with hits and ailments. Okay, yeah. Alright, thank you for that. That clarifies that it's not quite as crazy as I thought, but still... Okay, that brings it down to solid. That brings it down to solid, not ridiculous. So it's 650%, it's 715% base. 715% base attack damage is, that's still more than an Aftershock on an Earthquake. And, yeah, you probably would use Ruthless support with this if you're going to try and Ignite with it. Has to be a two-hander, yep, that's a good point. But you probably want a two-hander because you're doing big donk Ignites. It is definitely a case of, yeah, like your first 5 attacks are going to be pretty first 4 attacks are going to be pretty underwhelming. I wonder how you want to do this. This is a massive, massive, massive build enabling, like build transforming gem that is not going to fit in everything, but those are going to be some terrifying ignites. Like, this is screaming like, play me on an ignite-based chieftain to me. I want to think a lot more about this. Because, yeah, like you're saying, it's only slightly better than the base version, but it still is a huge amount. I like the train spotting comparison. I haven't seen that film, but it's like, yeah, it sort of seems like one of those things I should watch at some point. A real horror, real sort of realist, like, when you say horror, like, people immediately think you're talking about the general horror genre. No, this is like just a human tragedy that is so horrifying that it ends up there. Okay, so Molten Strike of the Zenith is, yeah, this is going to require a lot of thought here. Less and more are multiplicative, as people are pointing out in chat. I missed this the first time, but this is effectively 715% of base damage with your two-hander is the amount of damage that your 5th attacks are going to do when they land. That's going to be that's going to be the projectile damage on them. So that's going to be the intensity of the ignites that you do. 715% of your weapon damage. That is so much more than like you're going to get off Earthquake, Aftershock and stuff like that. So lots of messing around to make this work. I feel like this is a difficult problem to solve, but I want to ignite with it. I don't want to be hitting with this. I want to be doing it with ignite. That's my initial thought there. Would you want to scale up area of effect or scale it down? I want to scale it up and ignite. Again, this just comes down to wanting to play this with ignite. And because you're doing such big ignites with your weapon, I also want to be doing big ignites with Hinekora explosions on such a build. So I am sort of thinking here that this goes... Like, my first thought for how you would build around this would be to make a really tanky chieftain setup. Allocate Hinekora, allocate Volako and Tassalio, and the last one I'm not sure what you'd take, because you might end up... Given that you're using a strike skill, you definitely want the other 4-pointer, but you're probably going to have to pull that in with a... You're going to want to pull the other 4-pointer in with, Forbidden Jewels. I don't think you care that much about the 2-pointer leading to it. So there's a lot of stuff to mess around with, but this is going to be pretty complex. Yeah, this could work with Poison as well, but with Poison, I think it's only a few % better than base Molten Strike, and it's a lot clunkier. The key strength, I think, with Molten Strike of the Zenith is the ability to do a single monumental hit for purposes of Ignite. I think that's more beneficial than the slight upgrade over normal damage that you get for purposes of a poison build. Especially given that poison already has a bunch of clunkiness. The other thing is that with Molten Strike, if you're going whack, 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 hitting really fast, then you're going to then be getting you're then going to be getting a lot of life recovery from various mechanics, like life recovery on hit. I think that's going to be necessary. The fact that this is a two-handed only thing is really quite impactful. Like, that makes it a lot more difficult to use well. I just feel like this is going to have some very, very specific use cases that are going to be very good. But do not use this on a standard Molten Strike build. If your build wants to play Molten Strike, play the classic Molten Strike. Only play Molten Strike at the Zenith if you are very confident that you want something different. That's going to be the other thought that I've got with that. You can't use this with Brutus's Lead Sprinkler because it is restricted to only apply to a two-handed melee weapon. That's one of the things that kills off one of the potential use cases I had in mind for this. One other thing I want to do is just check if there's been any updates to the patch notes while we're going through the stream here. Earth Shadow was the last thing, so there's nothing that's changed there. RAQ, nothing has changed in the RAQ as yet. And then we had the stuff that was announced about the new gem. Sorry, about the, you call it, item filter information. So we'll just have a quick look through here. I See Brothers and Who Asked are the other two divination cards that we don't know anything about yet. We're not likely to find anything out about those until the... Well, we'll find out the art when the game goes live, and we'll find out the text of them when the data mining is possible, which is usually 3 hours before league start. We have new rings: Composite Ring, Manifold Ring, Ratchetling Ring, and Helical Ring. Nothing known about that as yet. Focused Amulet is a new amulet. Don't know anything about that as yet. Here's all of our tinctures and our charms and our corpses. Lots and lots of corpses. This is one of the Warlock of the Mist mechanics that I think everyone's going to hate. Various things that are changing here that aren't particularly important. Captured souls are changing. Nothing particularly exciting. Returning items. Omens are returning. Omens are staying around. This is interesting. So omens will be floating around. They are not getting... Well, we knew they weren't getting removed from the game, but they're still going to be a part of the game going forward. One thing of note, I don't actually know if they're going to be in the Affliction League or not, because it may just be that they're staying there to make it work better in Standard. What else do we have here? Gem quality type as a... Oh yeah, that's just alternate quality. Moved items, yep. Map tiers, Bone Crypt, Pier, Flooded Mine, Glacier. So Glacier is low if you're wanting to do a low-level Legion strategy. Not that that's very popular anymore, but it is an option. Nothing has exciting divination cards there. Dunes has a high-level only divination card. Infested Valley, Port, Forking River, Laboratory, Fields, Crimson Township, a very good divination card that's high-level only. And Core. Overgrown Shrine, Strand's low again, Estuary's low again. Strand being low means that horrible unique map is still doable low level. Chateau, Ramparts, Castle, Conservatory, and Castle Ruins. Just looking for things that jump out to me as particularly significant to be at a specific tier. The big things will be that there is the Chains That Bind divination card. You're going to have to get that if you're determined to get a 6-link before maps. It is control blocks in Act 10 now. Tindy is asking what are omens, and the answer on omens is that they are something that replaces prophecies. They are basically an itemized prophecy, but the ones that matter are Omen of Fortune, which is the one that causes an Orb of Chance to have a perfect result, and a Omen of Connection, I think it is, that makes a Fusing Orb have a perfect result. We don't know what's happening with omens. Okay, just going through... I'm just going to quickly go through all the rest of the maps for anything that really jumps out. Shore is still tier 6, as the same as last league. Waste Pool is pretty low tier and is good at low tier, but its Burial Chambers is the big one of the new maps, and someone said already that that was going to be at 13. Now, Frozen Cabins is the lowest tier Humility map, but do not farm Humility. Frozen Cabins farming Humility is worse than Control Panels farming Chains That Bind. Control Blocks, sorry. Control Blocks is the place to go if you want an early 6-link. Nothing in Tier 8. Tier 9 has Foundry, which I like Foundry map. It's not good, but I just like the tile set. Park is back. Park is one of the most open layouts. It's also like a little bit difficult to get to every spot of. And then we have Crater. Crater is getting the Divination card for double implicit Headhunter, but it's probably only going to drop from the boss, and it is staggeringly rare. Like, staggeringly rare. Burial Chambers. The reason I talk this up, it's always had the Doctor, but it now also has the Fortunate. This has been confirmed in patch 3.22, so it is definitely the case. Now just going through if there's anything else. Grave Trop is the only source of Cursed Words. Youch. And that's like, I think that Cursed Words is like a tier 3 rarity unique roughly to get it. And then we have Mesa at 15. Bramble Valley is 15. That's ick. That is a genuinely dangerous map. This is going to kill a lot of hardcore players, especially because it's been off the map list for a while. And Stagnation. Ugh. Honestly, the tier 16 naturals are hideous this league. Absolutely hideous. Like, Desert is one of the most empty maps around. Residence I don't mind, but no one else likes it. Bazaar is like mediocre, and Stagnation is god-awful. So yeah, Cage is the only thing for Chains That Bind here. Okay, so let's just quickly go back through all the gems. Let's do some final thoughts as we start to wind up the stream at this point, because I think we've gone through everything. Let's just do a quick little conclusion, and then we will call it at that point. So, our Transfigured gems. These are my notes that I've got here. Earthquake of Amplification. I am not sold on the numbers here. It is 3 seconds. I got that wrong earlier. The duration is a long time, but I feel like it's just such a long time to wait for it, and I'm not really sold that you're getting the big payoff for it. I feel like if you're wanting to jump through major hoops in order to inflict a single staggeringly large ignite, you do that with Molten Strike of Zenith. The Molten Strike Zenith is just far better at that role. Ethereal Knives of the Massacre. This is a worse cast time than the original gem had. It fires a lot of projectiles though. This is going to be widely used. This is going to be the default Ethereal Knives that people are going to want at endgame. And it's probably a little bit worse than it's been in the past, but it's still fine. You also aren't tied to having to get a Labyrinth enchant, and we also don't know exactly how the projectile numbers work, what the quality bonus is. Explosive Concoction of Critical Strikes, aka Destruction. I am completely unsold on this. I think the numbers are bad. Yeah, it's got more base crit. Yeah, the Ruby Flasks are doing a little bit more than they do on a non-ignite based version of Explosive Concoction, but I feel like this doesn't solve any of Explosive Concoction's problems. It is just mediocre. Explosive Trap of Shrapnel. This has more damage projection than the base gem does, and as a result will probably clear better, but I'm not sold on it as an overall package. It spreads out the damage more. That's what the secondary radius being so big is. It means that the projectiles are going to fall into, or the other explosions are going to happen over a larger area of space. Just going to, and yeah, I really like Justa's comment there. Can wait out Shaper's entire speech with that earthquake. Filthy Hannibal is asking, farming Taste of Hate in the Axe versus in maps. The answer is definitely in maps. You need the quantity bonus because Taste of Hate is a tier 2 rarity unique. So it's about 18 times as much effort to farm as the Chains That Bind is. So each copy of the Hunger Divination card is 20 to 25 times rarer than the Chains That Bind Divination card, and you're going to need 9 of them. So because of that, Taste of Hate is very much an endgame project to farm, and you will take a long time to farm it. If you're doing unjuiced maps, I would say expect it to take you 200 maps in order to self-farm it. What level is Burial Chambers with 2 Watchstones? So 1 Watchstone is +3, 2 Watchstones +7, 3 Watchstones +11, and 4 Watchstones is capped at 16, so +15. So I'm not on that anymore, so I'm not sure currently. Divination cards for uniques. Clockwork Menagerie is asking what the deal is with divination cards for uniques and the drop levels of uniques and the like. Divination cards have their own drop level requirements. For example, the Apothecary... Mageblood and Headhunter are both drop level restricted 75+. The Apothecary grants Mageblood. It is drop level restricted 75+. The Doctor gives a Headhunter. It is drop restricted 68+. There's no real rhyme or reason there. So that's kind of a little bit weird how that works. But yeah, generally speaking, most divination cards that grant a unique, their drop restriction is 68 or lower, but there are exceptions to that. Okay, jumping back to our back to here. Explosive Trap of Magnitude. This is incredibly good. This is all physical, and it has less damage than the base Explosive Trap, but it's all physical, so there's better options for scaling it. You can convert it, you can cold iron point it, and it just deals a massive radius of damage as well. This is not a clear speed skill though, even though it's got good radius. It is something that is a dedicated bossa skill. 30% less trap throwing speed is going to hurt as well. So you're going to want to preload this on bosses. It's going to pay you off, but it's also going to annoy you. Okay, I have Winter of Finality, I have Winter of Transience. These change the way that the projectile fires. They change whether or not it's firing small projectiles while in transit, just at the end, or both. I have Winter of Finality has less scaling with projectile distance, and I have Winter of Transience has very different projectile behaviour. These, we just got to test them out. I'm not willing to give any verdict on these gems until they've been playtested properly, because they do a whole bunch of different things, and as a result, I'm just not willing to say much about them until we've seen how they feel. Because a lot of the time, a gem can look really good on paper or look really bad on paper, but then when you play around with it, it ends up being better or worse. So, Firestorm of Meteors. This is the one that deals one big firestorm. I really like this as something to trigger. This is going to be something that comes up a bunch here. There are a number of skill gems in this bundle that look like they're really good to trigger or really good to use with mines or potentially traps. All of these skill gems that have some degree of clunkiness but a massive effect are really good in that situation. Firestorm of Meteor is absolutely in that situation. This deals a huge amount of damage, 370% base, same as Fireball, but unlike Fireball, it hits a 2.5 meter radius, which is a fairly sizable chunk of the screen, and this is going to be something that I think people will experiment with. I think this skill lives or dies based upon the time between you initiating the cast and the time of contact with the monster. That's going to be what this skill lives or dies on. The damage numbers are not so good that you feel compelled to play it, even if it's bad on that damage projection aspect or that damage delay, but the numbers are still good enough that it could be quite good. So something's come up in chat a few times about critical tag on gems. Critical tag on gems, the +3 gem levels mastery is only for critical supports. It is not critical strike skills, it's critical strike supports. And that's something that has come up a lot of times because it's just one of the most common misconceptions people have. I just want to clarify that because a lot of people get excited at the thought of, oh, +3 gem levels, but it's +3 gem levels to your Awaken Critical Strike. Awaken Cast on Critical Strike, which is nice. That actually does do something real, but it's not 3 gem levels to your Explosive Trap. Explosive Concoction. Castle channeling is another thing that is really good in conjunction with Firestorm of Meteors and a number of other things as well. Firestorm of Pelting is old school Firestorm from the early days of the game. A quick aside on Firestorm of Pelting. Back in the old days of Path of Exile, performance was even worse than it is now, and Firestorm worked like Firestorm of Pelting is going to do. You could have a whole bunch of them on the screen, and it was one of those things you could do if you wanted to join public parties. Public parties are a bit more common back circa 2015 than they are now. Although playing in public parties is fun. I highly recommend doing it in a non-optimized way because party play is just wild and silly sometimes. Don't take it too seriously and it ends up being a lot of fun. But Firestorm was something that anyone with a medium-end PC, not just a low-end PC, would crash if you went onto a screen that had like 25 Firestorms on it. And that was something that, especially if you were poisoning with Firestorm, there was a build that used the Consuming Dark unique dagger. It would dual wield those, and it would drop Firestorms everywhere, and then it would build up more and more poisons, and the game would really just cry under the amount of computational pressure you were causing both on your PC and on the server. So that was a little bit of fun until you ended up losing your instance over and over again. And those days, like the way maps worked was quite different, but basically just running a high tier map then was like running a high tier invested map nowadays. So it was like losing a bunch of scarabs when you lost a high tier map to an instance crash. Very important note on the tinctures. These keep coming up in chat, and the tinctures only apply to your weapon's damage. Whether that weapon damage is dealt yourself through direct attacks, or whether it's dealt with a proxy that makes attacks with your weapon, like a blade trap, it does not apply to your spells. So keep that in mind. Tinctures modify your weapon. They don't modify your character's stats. That's something that, people have... That's been the most commonly misunderstood thing about this league so far. Flame Dash of Return. There is no F in Flame Dash of Return. This is Lame Dash of Return. This is like you run somewhere, then run straight back. You can't trigger it. The damage could potentially be there for igniting with the initial hit with Bronn's Lithe. That's the only real use for it that I can see, but basically I am really unsold on this. Yeah, unless the Bronn's Lithe damage is good, in which case it's like you're teleporting somewhere, then teleporting back, and... yeah, it's just going to be a really clunky playstyle. The other thing is it's going to be uncomfortable on the screen because you're going to then cause your vision of the game to jolt when you use this as well. I don't like this. If there's a way to turn off the repeat on it, then it just becomes Flame Dash. But it can't be used with totems. So it's... You know what else it does? Like... This is one corner case use for it. If you want to time setting off those labyrinth traps, the ones that like the pressure plates that when you stand on them a second later they go off, you can juke them with this, but yeah, just not sold at all. As you say, it's a shout out to a Dota skill possibly, but 5-way. Oh, Phonica's got it right. Phonica's got it right. This is for 5-way Legion resetting. That is even worse. That makes the game even worse if 5-ways become better when 5-ways should not be becoming better. They just nerfed them. They didn't nerf them enough. They're not nerfing them again in this patch. So yeah, that's really, really bad. RT Remain has a good point there that someone with much higher technical in-game, like a precise in-game mastery than me, might be able to use this to dodge some big slams. If you can do this, congratulations. You're a far better player than me. But I do think someone will find this. Yeah, 5-way resetter, that is a real problem with this gem. Based on that, I think the game would be better if this wasn't added. Anyways, Flame Surge of Combustion. This is... I'm not sold on this. This is now an Ignite skill rather than enhancing other Ignites. This no longer enhances other Ignites. This is a totally different skill. It is now enhancing its own Ignites via Burning Ground rather than the best Ignite on an enemy. and I'm just completely unsold by this gem. I don't see a use case for it. Flameblast of Celerity. Flameblast of Celerity only has three stages. It very quickly gets to a full charge. Then you set it off and it goes pop. It's basically what Flameblast would look like if it had a massive enhancement of AoE at the expense of much less top-end damage potential. This is really a different skill, and I think we're going to come back to this when we get to the Lightning Conduit of the Heavens, in that they have a bit in common. This is an interesting gem, but I think people will play around with this. I think this is definitely something for pizza totems, i.e. pizza totems for those that played back in 2015 era. No, not 2015, this is 2018 era, I think. This is where you had Spell Totem linked to Flameblast. It was a very popular build for a while. It's terribly slow by modern standards, but at that time, it felt pretty fast, and it was something that was quite popular for a bit, especially as an early league start leveling build, because it was something that did a lot of damage without needing a lot of scaling. For those that aren't familiar with the interaction, Spell Totem causes your totems to fully channel up their Flame Blast. Then once it's at maximum stages, they detonate it. So that's automatic, and it's a good synergy. This is a safe playstyle, and it's something that will do a lot of hit damage. It's not something to really ignite with, but it will do a lot of hit damage. That's Flameblast of Celerity for you. It has its use cases. We had a quick question that's come up in chat about why is Bramble Valley so dangerous. The bosses in it it's 3 simultaneous bosses, and all of them are high stats, and all of them have dangerous moves. In a lot of ways, it's like the Precinct map. Precinct map has very dangerous bosses as well, because each individual boss is capable of killing you if you make mistakes, and also they sort of interact with each other. One of the bosses in Bramble Valley has a movement restricting special ability. It's on a long cooldown, but it's still something that can then get you into a lot of trouble if the other bosses are doing things as well. So we have oh yes, someone's mentioned that you could potentially use the new version of Flame Surge in conjunction with the old version of Flame Surge. So Flame Surge of Combustion in order to build up a big ignite on an enemy, then old school Flame Surge in order to profit from that via Burning Ground. There are a few things you could do, but I think in general you probably don't want to go that way. Now, Flameblast of Contraction. I called this Flameblast of Contradiction earlier because I misread it, and honestly I sort of stand by this. This does a little bit of damage if you charge it once or twice. So it's something that you could use to inflict an ignite. The first stage hits a huge area of the screen for trivial damage, like just tickles them. The second stage, it's actually a bit more impactful damage, but still not a lot. And it's still just not a monstrously large area of the screen either. Then the more tightly you can focus it, and the longer that you can keep a boss in one spot, the more damage you can get it to deal eventually. But it's going to take a while to get to that point, and I am not sold on this. Someone else thought there was some use on it, but I am definitely not sold on it. Flicker Strike of Power. This is simple, this is powerful, this is Flicker Strike. This is Flicker Strike modified to interact with power charges instead of frenzy charges, and it is going to be an incredible cast on critical strike delivery mechanism, especially for a bunch of these new skills that seem like the things that will work really well with it. In particular, I like the idea of Flicker Strike of Power being used as a cast on critical strike delivery mechanism for either Firestorm of Meteor or Lightning Conduit of the Heavens, or potentially a few other things as well. Lots of stuff that I like here. This could be used with a whole bunch of different setups. Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice. Firstly, take Chaos Inoculation out of your mind. This has a 45 life cost. That is something that cannot be paid by a character with Chaos Inoculation. This amps up the scaling of Forbidden Rite with your energy shield, and so it's for characters that primarily use energy shield as their main source of hit points. This is going to be very tricky to build around. This is going to take a long time to get right, but the payoff is there. If you are willing to use Chevron's Wrappings, this is going to be great with Chevron's Wrappings. This probably isn't right to use in conjunction with Fourth Vow. I think Fourth Vow will still use traditional Forbidden Rite. This is going to be very good in conjunction with Ghost Writhe, and potentially Ivory Tower is best of all. Lots and lots of things here that are going to be good with it, but Ivory Tower probably ends up being the best of the choices here. But there's a lot of things that you can do with Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice, and I think this is going to be one of those things that is going to take people maybe a full league to work out the best way to play it. Okay, now we'll go to the second line, and we have Frostbomb of Instability. This is one that I am just completely unsold on. The numbers on this look awful. It just looks like the Firestorm of Meteor, but much worse. Like, it's clunkier than Firestorm of Meteor. It deals less damage than Firestorm of Meteor. Yes, it can be triggered. It doesn't have a cooldown. It's not an orb, so you can drop down a bunch of them. But I'm just fundamentally unconvinced on this. Someone's asking, Flicker Strike of Power as a primary skill. Yes, I think it can be used as your primary skill. Same way that people use the existing Flicker Strike of Frenzy, the baseline Flicker Strike. It can be used the same. The same sorts of builds can use it, but they're going to need to invest differently. You're going to need to have different sorts of charge recovery on it. Okay, Frostbomb of Forthcoming. This one has huge damage at the expense of being hugely clunky. So this is the one that causes, this is the one that requires you to basically keep a monster in it for an extended period before it goes off, because it has a very, very, very long duration on it. 3 seconds base, but you also are incentivized to extend that further. I kind of feel like this could be used for... if you're farming a boss like Normal Shaper, I kind of feel like you could use this to get dot cap on him as soon as he comes out of his monologues at the start. So if you learn the timing, you could drop this down as he's in the middle of his monologue, and then come back and, sort of come back a second later, come back a few seconds later when he stops talking, and then boom, it goes off. So that's something that you could conceivably do with this. The radius is pretty big, 3.3 meters base, and the damage with hits and ailments are big. Like, you're getting 90% more damage with ailments at base duration, and you could potentially scale that longer. So there's a lot of stuff there that you could do. I feel like this is an Ignite skill, and I feel like it's one of the easiest skills to hit dot cap with, but it's also extremely clunky because it's going to take a long time to go off. Now, Frostblink of Wintry Blast. This was one that I was completely unsold on. Cast time too long, no element damage multipliers. You could experiment with this with cast while channeling, but I was just completely unsold on it. The key strength of Frostblink as a skill is that it's instant cast time and a reasonable cooldown. This doesn't have the cooldown, but it has just such a longer cast time that I am just not sold at all. Frozen Legion of Rallying. The unique strengths of this gem are that it is a medium cooldown skill that you can press on builds that are attacking. That loses this strength in order to be more available, but you don't really want it to be available more because it's not like it's going to be any better. I feel like this is just worse than the base gem. It loses the unique strengths of the base gem and doesn't gain enough in exchange for that to become a useful gem as a result. I just think this is a disappointment, and I'm not interested in playing it. Glacial Cascade of the Fisher. This is old school 3.12 era Glacial Cascade back. Glacial Cascade Mines, Glacial Cascade Totems. You don't want to cast this yourself. You want to cast it via proxy. It's good. It looks absolutely spectacular with the Illusion MTX, and I am considering this actually as something to bring back. I'm going to have a quick look at how the stats used to be, 3.12 era, but this is old school Glacial Cascade back, and I am happy to have it back because it was such a cool skill, and while it's still cool, the current version of it is just a bit more tricky. Very important. there is no knockback on this anymore. Base Glacial Cascade has knockback. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure does not. And this is, generally speaking, a buff, but not always. One last thing I will say with Glacial Cascade of the Fissure is that Glacial Cascade in Heist, back in Heist League, was tremendous. Really, really like that. People are talking a lot still about the power charge Flicker Strike of power charges. If you do end up in a situation where you get a lot of bad luck in a row, there are a couple of things you can do. Doedre's Elixir is something that can give you power charges in a pinch if you do run out. But also, like, worst case scenario, you can wait 2 seconds. Like, you don't want to ever have to do that, but it's not like it's completely crushing to have to do it once, and to have to do it once in a map. It can put you into a dangerous spot. You can also set off your Val version of assuming you get the Val version of this, you can set off the Val version as something that might then recover you some power charges from your other power charge recovery, or might then just wait out the 2 seconds. So there's a few things you can do there that are going to get you out of the mess you're in. Okay, so Glacial Cascade of the Fissure we covered. Next we're on to Glacial Hammer of Shattering. So this is for Merrilyn's Fallacy. There are a number of gems in this expansion that have every Xth strike is a critical strike. Merrilyn's Fallacy is exactly what you want with that. And in fact, I might just bring up that item because we haven't looked at it on screen in more than an hour. So let's just do that. Here it's 288% with a perfect roll and catalyst to global critical strike multiplier at the cost of 40% less critical strike chance. It also grants your critical strikes culling. It also grants your crits the ability to cull. So this is a really, really strong source of extra damage. And if you are critting all the time, and if you've got something that bypasses normal critical strike normal critical strike calculations, then that's exactly what this is going to do. Now, the other things you might want to consider using this with would be Blitz charges on the Berserker Ascendancy, and also potentially Frost Breath and Trauma support, or Pillar of the Caged God with Trauma support, or with Ruthless support. There's a lot of things that you can do here that are really worth your while. They're really worth your while looking up there. Ground Slam of Earth Shattering is next. So this is two-hander only. It's better than Ground Slam normally is, but albeit at the cost of being a bit slower. And I feel like the comparison, though, is not so much to Ground Slam. You want to compare it to Bone Shatter, two-handed Bone Shatter. And I feel like it's probably not there in general, but Ground Slam of Earth Shaking and Val Ground Slam, that's a strong combination. So you've got your Ground Slam of Earth Shaking most of the time, but then when you just need a fast hit, a fast stun on everything around you, you've got that Val Ground Slam button that you can press. Val Ground Slam can be used twice normally. So there's a lot going for this. Bone Shatter probably ends up being better, but Bone Shatter does have the backlash damage you've got to deal with. And so if you don't want to deal with that backlash damage, then this definitely does do something for you. Hexblast of Contradiction. So this instead targets the enemy's highest resistance instead of their lowest resistance. In exchange for this, there is more scaling for damage with hits if the enemy is hexed, not more scaling for ailment damage. And also, it is going to have higher critical strike chance. Critical strike chance base is 6% instead of 4% on normal Hexblast. Most people do not want to use this, but there will be the occasional situation where it's good. And that is going to come up. That is going to be something that's worth playing around with. Comes down to your critical strike chance overall. That said, Sandstorm Visage is often used in conjunction with Hexblast, and Sandstorm Visage does not. Sandstorm Visage and basic Hexblast is better than Sandstorm Visage and Hexblast of Contradiction in pretty much every imaginable situation, I think. Hexblast of Havoc is next. This is a Nova. This is a totally different skill. This wants the monster to be hexed, but doesn't care about you reapplying that hex. And this seems to be phenomenal in conjunction with anything that is cast on Critical Strike. If you want to do chaos damage with cast on Critical Strike, this is probably the way to do it. Forbidden Rite also does cast on Critical Strike chaos damage and can poison with it, usually doesn't. Hexblast of Havoc instead, you probably do want to poison with it, but it's just a different tree because you don't need to mitigate so much self-damage that you're taking from Chaos. So this is something that you could definitely mess around with, and I really, really like this. One thing that's come up in chat from Conditionally Triggered there is that what's the interaction with Vaal skills and the new Transfigured versions? My understanding is that they will share the existing Vaal version. So for instance, Ground Slam of Earthshaking will have Vaal Ground Slam on it, just like Ground Slam would have Vaal Ground Slam on it. The Vaal version will not be an Earthshaking version, and it will not have the modifiers on it. It's a good point that Scoot is making, that it's not technically a Nova. So it's not working with Astral Projector. That is an important thing there. So that means, yeah, like when I say Nova, I mean Nova in the imprecise sense of it becomes point blank AoE damage rather than the precise sense of has the Nova tag. So thank you for that correction there. Hexblast of Havoc is going to be very potentially good for poison, I think. I want this to work. I've wanted Cast on Critical Strike poison builds to work for a long time. I've never been happy with any of them, but Hexblast of Havoc just sings out to me as this is going to work. It's got a base radius of 3 meters, which is huge. And yeah, there's some cool stuff that's going on there. We're going to work it out. We're going to work this out, but it's doing something cool. And you only need the enemy to have been hexed at some point. It can even be a Blasphemy Hex because you're not consuming the Hex. So you can just go Blasphemy, Blasphemy Despair perhaps, and maybe even use Impresence. Like, when's the last time you used Impresence on a build? Well, here's a chance to use Impresence. Hexblast of Havoc is then just going to be causing havoc. You know, it's dealing chaos damage, and it's going to then deal additional damage to other nearby targets. I really, really like this a lot. Okay, that's Hexblast of Havoc. Holy Flame Totem of Ire. So this sacrifices additional projectiles for faster casting. And when I say faster casting, that's not faster totem placement speed. That is that the Holy Flame Totem itself projects out these balls faster. And also for the projectile speed. Projectile speed is off the charts. This does work in conjunction with splitting from Sniper's Mark, even though the projectiles pierce. So that's something to keep in mind. If you are watching what your Holy Flame Totem is targeting, and then you slap down a Sniper's Mark on that thing, you can then hit a lot of the screen with that. Whether that's worth it or not, I'm not sure. I don't think it is, but I do think it could be a fun thing to experiment with. I don't think this has a home, but I do think it's cool. And I think this is going to look hilarious on a busy screen, like in the middle of a breach, when you have Nimbus on. This is hilarious, meaning not good, but just funny. I do think that's going to be really, really quite humorous to see. Okay, next up we have Icicle of Frostbolts. This is my pick of the power gems here. The numbers on this are fantastic. This explodes from 4 Frostbolts. Each individual explosion is comparable to the currently live version of Ice Nova, assuming that you are hitting a Frostbolt. So it's 130% base damage. Live Ice Nova is 190%, but you've got that 50% more damage with hits and elements when cast on Frostbolt. So you're going to be able to get massive screen coverage if you've got a few Frostbolts on the screen. You've got to solve the problem of how do I make sure there's always a few Frostbolts on the screen. If you solve that problem, then Ice Nova of Frostbolts is going to devastate the screen for you. So this is my pick of the power gems today, I think, and it's definitely going to bring back some old favorites, as well as some new variants on old favorites. People will probably use this both with hardcast Frostbolts and also with triggering them. And one other thing that's worth noting with this skill, something I had misread. The Frostbolts are not consumed when this is set off. So the Frostbolts remain on the battlefield when an Ice Nova comes up from them. So very, very strong. But all in all, yeah, this is just like an absolute monster of a gem. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze is next. This is not a main damage skill. This is a defensive skill. This is something that can be used as a cast when damage taken setup, especially if you're playing with high level cast when damage taken for various reasons. This is going to project a very, very large freeze around you that is potentially going to get you out of trouble. I think this is going to take a bit of messing around with to get right, but I do think this is a powerhouse utility skill. Not something that everyone necessarily wants. You think Cast when channeling would work really well with Ice Nova of Deep Freeze, are you talking about? Or are you talking about Ice Nova of the Ice Nova of Frostbolts? I think they could both potentially be used, but there's a lot of things that are good, yeah. And yeah, Ice Nova with Spell Echo is really good. So that's why it's often used in conjunction with Pledge of Hands. So there's a lot of stuff. Both Ice Novas are good. One is a main skill, one is a powerful utility. Ice Spear of Splitting. This initially had me super hyped, and I think I was a bit wrong on that. I do think it's good. The numbers look amazing, but they might be deceiving because baseline Ice Spear functions like a barrage anyway. This could be very good to ignite with because when you hit a target, it's then going to split towards 7 more targets. This is then going to spread ignites to a lot of spaces, and those things will continue to pierce through enemies after they split. So that means that you're going to be delivering ignites to a huge amount of the screen at once. This could be an S tier Legion clearer as a result if you ignite with Ice Spear of Splitting. I think that could be one of the best ways to play this, but there's a lot of other options. Fundamentally, Ice Spear of Splitting, if you want to mine it, then it's going to be Exsanguinate Mines, but better. Except it's costing mana instead of life, which may or may not be better or worse in various spots. Painseeker can be used with stuff here as well. Yeah, there's Painseeker was used with Ice Nova of Deep Freeze. That's me seeing chat, but everything's delayed because there's you guys are seeing me about 20 seconds delay from when I'm talking. So there is that sort of delay in there that means that occasionally we'll get a bit disjointed. Ice Spear of Splitting with totems is an option. I think, yeah, Ice Spear of Splitting has some benefits with totems as well. Like, a lot of these new spells are good with totems just because totems are strong, and these spells are strong, and therefore they play well together. Also, Ice Spear of Splitting having this thing where projectiles split after hitting terrain is a godsend. If you fire at an enemy and that enemy moves before it hits, it's just not a catastrophe. You can also fire at terrain, and then your second form, they have 300% more proj speed. So this is just a really strong thing. But I do think if you're wanting to do legions, this is going to be one of the best gems in the game for it. The question that's come up with Ice Spear and Frost Walls is that your projectiles pierce Frost Walls now. That's been a change that's been made. So we now have Icicle Mine of Fanning and Icicle Mine of Sabotage. Icicle Mine of Fanning is just basically Icicle Mine but different damage projection and more damage. It's probably better than baseline Icicle Mine, but I am no expert in Icicle Mine in general. Icicle Mine of Sabotage is a totally different beast. This is solely used as a debuff on enemies, and you should see this as being akin to using a skill solely to inflict brittle on enemies or Assassin's Mark or things like that. Things where you invest in nerfing the critical strike susceptibility of a monster. This is the thing that's there that you can use with it. So this is what it's used for. Icicle Mine of Sabotage is going to be very niche, but very, very good in that tiny, tiny, narrow niche. Infernal Blow of Immolation. This one was hard to parse. We got it wrong in the first reading of it. You explode. You explode when you reach 6 charges rather than the monsters exploding. And that means that you end up getting a big boost of damage in a point-blank AoE every now and again. This damage can ignite. It'll be fire damage, so it's got the capacity to ignite, but 0% chance to ignite by default. So you'll need to scale up your chance to ignite for this to work. But it has a lot of potential there. New FAQ info just came down. Cool, we'll cover that as well in this stream once we finish going through this summary of gems. Lancing Steel of Spraying. So, Lancing Steel has also been changed, and that's a key thing that made this unclear when we were going through it. Lancing Steel has received big buffs. Lancing Steel of Spraying is a variant on those buffs. For most purposes, I think baseline Lancing Steel may actually be better. Lancing Steel of Spraying, though, is a hybrid skill that is good at both bossing and trash clear in one. Adequate single target, extraordinarily good multi-target. Does not scale super well with poison because that last line says that the hit deals 90% less damage. It's not 90% less damage with hits only, it's 90% less damage full stop. This is going to scale any sort of recovery that you might have hard. For example, now you can't use this with claws, so it's not a direct comparison, but claw implicits, anything like that that causes you to recover life on hitting enemies or mana or energy shield, that recovery is going to be really good here. So Watcher's Eye mods are particularly good for that, but it's not the only thing. Leap Slam of Groundbreaking is next. And we have Leap Slam of Groundbreaking is something that I can't judge this because I don't know what a short distance is. I'm seeing in chat that they answered my questions about amulets, about simplex amulets and alteration orbs, which is good. I'm glad they've answered my questions because the number of times people have been asking me about them is something I am very happy about. So hopefully they answered all 7 or 8 of the questions I submitted to that. Anyway, Leap Slam of Groundbreaking, I don't know what a short distance is, so I can't judge this. That's all I can really say. The attack time is actually faster because it doesn't have the 550 additional milliseconds, and this could be a very interesting totem skill for totems that creep along with you. So sort of like Vaal Ancestral Warchief, the totem that follows you around. It's like your rabid pitbull at your side. A Leap Slam of Groundbreaking might be that. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens. This is a huge AoE and it is very totem friendly. It's decent damage. The reason I like this with totems is the 16 enemy cap is something that you can sort of bypass because if you've got 6 totems down, or not 6, if you've got 4 totems down, then the first one's going to hit 16 enemies. If it kills 13 of the weakest ones, then the next blast is then not going to hit those 3. It's going to hit 16 different enemies. So that means that the drawback to this skill in very dense areas is being bypassed. This is something that's good to trigger, very good to trigger in fact. Note that it can't be spell cascaded, but this gem looks really solid. The numbers on it are good, and I think it's something that will probably see a fair bit of use. Lightning Spire Trap of Zapping. This requires playtesting. This is not a cooldown trap. This is a nerfed version of Lightning Spire Trap that does not have the cooldown mechanic. And then we have Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading, which is all in on the cooldown mechanic. 10-second 1 use, probably want +1 use from the tree, and it always crits and it always shocks because it always crits. This is really cool, but I'm not willing to pass judgment on it until I play around with it. Next we have Lightning Strike of Arcing. This requires wording clarification. What does 10% more damage per chain actually mean here? That I do not know, because it may be every chain the gem is capable of. If that interpretation is correct, then this is phenomenal. This is absolutely amazing. This is one of the best gems ever released. And if it is per chain that has been consumed, which is usually different wording in Path of Exile, or it is 10% more damage per remaining chain, that's going to be different in terms of its power. That said, this looks really strong. You must get additional projectiles on this. This is not going to work well unless you get additional projectiles, and it's fairly hard to get additional projectiles on strikes, but there are ways to do so. I think the clear on this could be phenomenal though. I think the clear on this could be absolutely, absolutely amazing. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity. This is all in on Merrilyn's Fallacy crit, potentially with totems. So Merrilyn's Fallacy again. This is that amulet. This is quite rare now. This amulet was quite common once, I think, but now it's very rare. I think it's tier 1 or tier 2 rarity. So don't count on getting this easily, and don't count on getting a perfect roll on it. But the reduced critical strike chance doesn't matter, because you're getting all that crit multi, and your 6th pulse is already always crit. That said, Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity is like... I'm not sold on this gem. I feel like it amps up the weaknesses of Lightning Tendrils too much, even though it does amp up the strengths a little bit. I feel like it may not end up being all that great. Okay, so next we have Lightning Tendrils of Escalation. This is the opposite. This is taking Lightning Tendrils and simplifying it, and this is just going to increase your radius. Again, I'm not really sold on this gem, probably because I hate channeling skills. I might just be biased against channeling skills. It is for non-crit versions of Lightning Tendrils, and if you're wanting to play non-crit and you want to play Lightning Tendrils, then this is the gem for you. Mirror Arrow of Bombarding Clones and Prismatic Clones. Let's see what's clarified in the FAQ on those, because I did ask questions about that, and we will see exactly what's going on there. And also, it looks like my question about Cyclone, my Cyclone questions were answered as well. Fantastic. So I submitted 7 questions to that. We'll see exactly what was there. Molten Strike of the Zenith. This thing is cool. Like, this in conclusion, this thing is really cool. But I want to ignite with this. I don't think it's there for hit or poison. It functions slightly better. The numbers are just slightly better than baseline Molten Strike, but the clunk is really high if you're doing hit or poison. But if you're willing to go Ignite, then this is really going to pay you off. You've got to be a two-hander Igniter, and that's something that's very difficult. Nothing on anything past Molten Strike in the alphabet, unfortunately. So that's the end of it there. Let's go to that FAQ, because, as I said, this is where some of my questions appear to have been answered. And we will have a quick look and see what we've got there. I'll let you know whether they are my questions or someone else's. How do Val versions of Transfigured Gems work? This is not mine. The Val version is the base Val skill. So that's kind of what I'd expected to be the case. Blink Arrow and Mirror Arrow of Prismatic Clones. This is my question. Causes your minion allies to use Ellie Hit. What gem level elemental hit is the damage based off? It is not directly comparable to the player version of Ellie Hit. Has the same base behaviour and can be manipulated by combat-focused duels, but it does not have an area of effect component or deal more damage based on ailments, 20% chance to ignite and shock, and the description will be updated in order to clarify it. So, the key thing here is that we don't know how much damage this does, and the Bronze Lithe shenanigans that I was thinking of are not necessarily there. Does Cyclone of Tumult share the pre-323 base Cyclone gems +1 max stage breakpoints at gem levels 21, 26, and 32? This was my question. No, it has 6 maximum stages at all gem levels. So that was something that was going to make Cyclone of Tumult phenomenal if you could get it to those breakpoints. That is not the case. With Consecrated Path of Endurance, does the endurance charge that you spend to bypass the cooldown contribute damage and AoE? The answer is no, it does not. That's the way I thought it worked, but I did ask that question to be certain. The 3 Enriched Eternal Labyrinths this is another one of my questions. The 3 Enriched Eternal Labyrinths modify the Divine Font and or Lab Chess in various ways. How will those work after the patch? This is the single most asked question I got on patch day. These are unchanged except for the potential one, which does something a bit different to what it used to, but you're going to have to find that out for yourself. So I believe that means 6 uses is the same, and enhanced silver key chests, like gigabuff silver key chests and modestly buffed Izaro chests are going to be the same, but the Eternal Labyrinth of Potential, which I think is the belt enchant one, that's the one that's being changed. Contagion of Subsiding reads in this, again, one of my questions. Contagion of Subsiding in part reads, each time it spreads, deals 3/4 as much damage as before. If it spreads twice, is it dealing 9/16 or 1/2 damage? 9/16. So that is what I thought. That was my interpretation of the gem, but I just wanted to clarify that. Simplex Amulet, this again my question. Reforged Crafts, will they always have 3 modifiers? Yes. Alteration Orbs that are applied to a Simplex Amulet always result in a magic item with 0 explicits? Yes. Again, one of my questions. And actually it looks like the only question they asked that they answered that wasn't mine was the Val one. If you do want to get a question submitted to this, what I suggest you do is you jump onto the GGG site and you send a direct message, politely worded, to community team, because I think they answered every single one of my questions there. I don't think they left out any of them. Except for saying that with the one of the Eternal Labyrinths, they're not providing information. They still mentioned it, but they just didn't actually. They still answered the question, but the answer was no information there. Okay, so that is my that's where I'm intending to wind up the stream, unless people have got some last second questions there before we do finish up, and then this will remain online. For those of you that are watching this, like if you've joined the stream late, you'll be able to rewind. You actually already can. That's one of the things I like about YouTube. You can rewind a stream while it's in progress. You can jump it to 175% if you prefer to watch it fast, and you can then zip through it. But I'm just looking through if there's any more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to wind up there. So that'll probably take me 20 seconds because you guys are going to be behind me while those questions, while you think of those questions. And also then my next plans, I actually have some IRL plans for the next couple of hours, but after that, or for the next several hours, after that, I am going to continue brainstorming builds. But I really like the look of that, triggering that Hex Blast of Havoc. So on the thing about gems not being ready, Zardum, I think what's coming up there is that they're just trying to make a final decision between 130 and 140% base damage. What they will do, if they run out of time, they're just going to go 130%. They're going to go for the safe call. And because it's more damaging to give a gem too much damage, it hurts the game more, it hurts build diversity more if you overbuff something than if you underbuff it. And if it ends up being a bit weak, well, at least it's exciting and shiny and new for now, and then later they might reassess it. Matthew, you said you've just joined late. That's fine. You can rewind to the start. You can watch it at 175% speed or whatever's better. That's the way things work. If there is an all damage freeze concoction, that would be amazing. I doubt we'll get that, but that would be cool. They haven't clarified the stats on blink arrow, mirror arrow damage. Like they've just, yeah, I think maybe that's something to clarify there. Like the key thing is we want to know the amount of damage and how it scales with the gem level of blink arrow or prismatic clones. That's the key question I want answered. That's the reason I asked this question. And that's there. MCD, on the item filter changes, maybe an hour ago I went through the information there, but that was mostly looking at the changes to map tierings. There wasn't really a huge amount to say there. There's going to be a whole bunch that is... there's going to be a whole bunch that's... like people like Neversink that know a lot more about filters. I know Neversink's been actually quite annoyed with some stuff with filters lately, but I haven't seen that. Dean, with your Q&A, where's the Q&A question? There's a link to it in chat. All right, one last thing I will plug at the moment is my Discord. Let me just provide a link to that in the chat and apologize in advance for the fact that it's going to take me a few seconds in order to approve people. If you apply immediately, and if you join later, then that's going to take longer again, because I do manually approve people just in case there's any dramas with spam bots and the like. I want to minimize the amount of damage that bad actors can do. But there's a link to my Discord. I'm going to call it here. May your Varlorbs have interesting results and have some fun planning all sorts of weird and wonderful views until Saturday or Friday, depending on what your time zone is, when we can go live. Thank you all.